It is 5:30. We will call this meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Meiser,
Present.
Councilmember Beltran,
Present.
Councilmember Wyrock,
Present.
Vice Mayor Carrillo,
Present.
Mayor Flores.
Present. We will now go into oral communications. This is the opportunity to address the City Council on any matter scheduled for closed session. Unless additional time is authorized by council, all commentaries shall be limited to 3 minutes. Anyone here for closed session items? No? Do we have anyone on virtually?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Then we'll now move into the City Council closed session.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have 3 items before you in closed session this evening. That is closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8, Conference with Real Property Negotiators, Property APN 268-100-005, Agency Negotiator Patrice Hildreth and Jason Ridenour, Negotiating Parties City of Porterville and Thomas J. and Deborah L. O'Sullivan Trust, under negotiations, terms, and price. Item 2 is per Government Code Section 54956.9D3, Conference with Legal Counsel, Anticipated Litigation, Significant Exposure to Litigation, 2 cases in which facts are not yet known to potential plaintiffs. And 3, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4, Conference with Legal Counsel, Anticipated Litigation, Initiation of Litigation, 2 cases.
Thank you. It is 5:31. We will go into closed session. I know, this is great. You guys ready? It is 6:31, and we will reconvene open session and report on reportable action taken in closed session.
Nothing to report, Mayor.
Thank you. I invite everyone to please stand and join us with the Pledge of Allegiance led by Vice Mayor Carrillo, and remain standing for an invocation or moment of silence. Is there anyone that would like to come and do the invocation?
Pray. You join me in bowing your heads if you would like. Father, we come tonight as citizens of this fair community, and we thank you for those that lead and guide and work so diligently to provide services and protect us in so many different ways. Father, we pray for your watchfulness and protection over each one that serves in all the different capacities. We pray for the meeting tonight, that you would be in all that takes place, that you would give wisdom and understanding to each situation, and that you would guide and direct each one that speaks. In Jesus' name.
Amen. Is there anyone else that would like to do an invocation? You may be seated. We will now go into the Employee of the Month. Councilmember Wyrock. Is Casey Neria here? Casey, please come forward.
Casey, come on up.
Yeah.
Good evening, Casey. Casey Nero was first employed by the city of Porterville as a part-time recreation leader in August 2000. He worked in the after-school program at the OHV Park and performed various other duties for leisure services. Casey transferred to the Parks Division in September 2001 to be a part-time parks maintenance aide. In June 2005, Casey was promoted to a full-time Parks Maintenance Worker 1, where he performed custodial duties, golf course maintenance, worked on the tree crew, and also did maintenance at the sports complex. He was promoted to a Parks Maintenance Worker 2 in January 2010, where he worked at various city parks, on trails, and at Hayes Field. Casey received his most recent promotion in February 2023 to the position of Park Maintenance Worker 3. He's the lead staff person for building maintenance. He also handles many projects, from HVAC repairs to roof leaks. He installed fitness equipment at Zalud Park and installed solar lighting at Murray and Zalud Park, to name just a few. You never know exactly what each day will entail when in charge of city building maintenance, but Casey takes initiative as each new challenge arises. He is always willing to seek a solution for a problem and take it on himself. Casey displays a good attitude and is a true team player when it comes to helping his coworkers. Casey has been married to Mary Lou for almost 7 years and has 7 children: Melissa, 27, Patricia, 25, Catherine, 23, Hector, 14, Noah, 11, Cassandra, 5, and Nellie, 1, and has 4 grandchildren. His hobbies include going to dog shows, camping, fishing, and coaching his kids' teams in t-ball and basketball. What Casey enjoys most about his job is being able to lead by example and share his knowledge with his coworkers. He remains open-minded by learning new techniques while abiding by city policies and procedures in order to always keep a safe environment. Join me in congratulating the City of Porterville Employee of the Month for January 2024, Casey Nera. Casey?
to go.
Thank you. We will now move on to the Employee Service Award. Councilmember Meister.
Is Sabrina Duran present? You're popular. This is a 5 years of service to the city of Porterville. Sabrina's career with the city of Porterville started on October 1st of 2018 with the Public Works Department serving as a laboratory technician. Her role involves tackling many analysis of the wastewater treatment plant and the city's drinking water. She also enjoys serving the public. She is actively working on transitioning our lab to be compliant with the NELAC Institute. She also maintains good status with the city's California State Environmental Laboratory Accreditation Program certificate. Her most enjoyable part of the job is constantly gaining knowledge on the instrumentations and analysis, learning to improve quality assurance and control procedures, daily tasks and troubleshooting. She enjoys working with her colleagues who are so driven and motivated, which inspires her. She currently possesses her laboratory analyst grade 1 certificate and is actively working on obtaining her laboratory analyst grade 2 certificate. She was also an instrumental part in the East Porterville Water Supply Project and received an award. Outside of work, Sabrina cherishes spending time with her family, including her father Philip, mother Dora, brother Daniel, sister-in-law Brittany, and her 7 nieces and nephews. Thank you for your continuing service to the city of Porterville, and congratulations.
Congratulations. Okay, we will now move on to the Porterville Homecoming Queen in Court. I'm going to begin with Councilmember Beltran for the third attendant.
Yeah, this certificate of recognition will be presented to Cambria Rose Arias Rodriguez.
Please remain standing where you are, okay? And then we will now have Councilmember Meister present the second attendant.
The second attendant is Isabella Rose Miller.
All right, and we will now have Vice Mayor Carrillo present the first attendant.
Olivia Geraldine Chrisman.
Councilmember Wyrock presenting the princess.
Marissa Denise Martin Morales.
It pleases me to present Gabrielle Ava Nicole Sutherland, the Queen, in recognition of your dedication and service to the city of Porterville as the reigning Miss Porterville for 2023-24. We hereby commend you, Gabriela Ava Nicole Sutherland, for accepting the commitment to fulfill your duties and act as a representative of your community. This 16th day of January 2024, we present you with the plaque with each individual council member on the dais.
Thank you very, very much. This means so much to us. We just have a little address. So, hello everyone. My name is Gabrielle Sutherland, and I'm proud to be this year's Veterans Homecoming Queen for the Miss Porterville Court. Here we have Marissa, our princess, Olivia, our first attendant, Isabel, our second attendant, and then Cambria, our third attendant. Thank you. I think I can speak for all of us when I say that we are thankful to be here today and share our unique community leadership opportunity that we've been participating in since September. The experience thus far has been fulfilling, inspiring, and so much fun. Since the beginning of November, the court has stayed busy attending and holding numerous events around our city. This included riding in a completely decked out patriotic float in the Veterans Day Parade and Christmas Parade, attending Bandorama, going to Legion dinners, attending the Christmas tree lighting service, and organizing and holding our very own fundraiser in Veterans Hall to raise money for the American Legion and Central Valley Honor Flight. Being selected for Veterans Homecoming Court also required us to fundraise for our formal attire, which we wear at most of our events. This included the dress, crown, formal shoes, all the accessories. I must admit that going to dress like this has been my way of living out my childhood dreams of being a royal princess. I've come to appreciate the efforts of dressing formally because it reminds me of the pride I have for our city and the accomplishments we've achieved in this worthwhile program. Even though we've completed so many events, we're not even halfway finished. Next, we plan on participating in Read Across America, Porterville Celebrates Reading, followed by a spring pop-up event fundraiser, all benefiting our veterans. In the summer, we look forward to help continue the meaningful tradition of setting up flags at the cemetery for Memorial Day and Flag Day. We are excited for the coming events because the Veterans Homecoming Court is a unique platform to help inform the youth in our city about the importance of giving back to our community. And the greatest way to do that is to show the love and support for our veterans. We are proud to represent Miss Porterville's program and are thankful for the opportunity to share our experience with you today. Thank you.
Thank you. Emmylou, would you please stand? I just want to recognize that she and her team, her participants, are very instrumental in coordinating this event every year. Thank you for the work that you do as well. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, we will now move on to the Police Department Awards presentation.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. The Porterville Police Department believes in the recognition of officers, their actions, and the outstanding efforts in the service provided to this city. In keeping with this philosophy, Porterville Police Department and the Porterville Fire Department would like to publicly recognize several public safety personnel from both the police department, fire department, and Imperial Ambulance for their life-saving efforts during a critical incident. At this time, I would like to invite up, if they're all here, Sergeant Nathan Bray, Officer Ivan Ione, Officer Sylvia Rocha, Emergency Communications Supervisor Robin Johnson, Emergency Senior Dispatcher Michelle Eubanks, Emergency Dispatcher Janitzi Aguilar, Fire Captain Kirk Lowry, Fire Engineer David Alvina, Firefighter Roy Barker, and Firefighter Andrew Tamayo. I would also like to invite up Imperial Ambulance personnel, paramedic Lorena, and I hope I don't mess your name up, Scolante, emergency medical technician Bailey West, and paramedic intern Tyler Grissom. Squeeze in. On June 22nd of 2023 at about 7:30 a.m., Officer Mitchell Gonzalez and Officer Ivan Ione were dispatched to a call for service for a male subject brandishing a firearm. The officers arrived and began checking the area. The Porterville Police Emergency Dispatchers provided specific and detailed information of the suspect, and it was relayed to the responding officers that a suspect had forced a female who was later identified as Miss Roxanne Aguilera to leave with him. Dispatchers relayed that he was also armed with a handgun. The reporting person who called the police department contacted officers who later arrived on scene and advised them that the suspect was in fact armed with a handgun, threatening him, who is the reporting party, and Miss Aguilera with the weapon, and the suspect forced Miss Aguilera to leave with him. Both officers began to drive through a nearby apartment complex, and as Officer Mitchell Gonzalez drove out of the apartment complex, he located the suspect. Officer Gonzalez exited his patrol vehicle and immediately began to give the suspect commands to surrender, at which time the suspect drew a handgun, critically injuring Miss Aguilera, and appeared to be pointing the weapon at Miss Aguilera. Officer Mitchell Gonzalez, in the protection of Miss Aguilera, fired his duty weapon, striking the subject and stopping this life-threatening action. Both Officer Mitchell Gonzalez and Officer Ivan Ione then secured the suspect, and both officers began life-saving measures for both Miss Aguilera and the suspect, who were both critically wounded. Sergeant Nathan Bray, Officer Sylvia Rocha later arrived on scene and continued to help with life-saving measures until Porterville Police fire personnel with Engine 71, Captain Kirk Lowry, Fire Engineer David Alvina, Roy Barker, and Andrew Tamayo arrived and provided advanced life support during this situation. Imperial Ambulance personnel, Lorena, you say it so it's pronounced right.
Squillanti.
There we go. I don't want to mess it up. Also arrived and began an emergency technician Bailey West and paramedic intern Tyler Grissom arrived with their equipment, and advanced life support was provided, and Miss Aguilera was transported to a local hospital. In addition, our communication dispatchers provided critical information throughout this incident, which should not go unnoticed and played a critical part of this incident and the life-saving measures. Emergency Communications Supervisor Robin Johnson, Senior Emergency Dispatcher Michelle Eubanks, and Emergency Dispatcher Janitzi Aguilar all helped in providing critical information throughout this incident. All these public safety personnel in front of you tonight continue to serve the citizens of Porterville with dignity and respect and are shining examples of professionalism and commitment to the city. The fire chief, police command staff, and I would like to provide life-saving awards for all these individuals for helping save the life of another. First will be Sergeant Nathan Bray. Oh. Next is Officer Ivan Ione. Officer Sylvia Rocha. And she is ill, so she is not here tonight. Fire Captain Kirk Lowry. Fire Engineer David Alvina. Firefighter Ori Barker. Firefighter Andrew Tamayo. Emergency Communications Supervisor Robin Johnson. Senior Emergency Dispatcher Michelle Eubanks, and my neighbor. Emergency Dispatcher Janitzi Aguilar. Imperial Ambulance Paramedic Lorena Squilante. I'm a quick learner. Imperial Ambulance Emergency Medical Technician Bailey West. And I don't know if he's here, paramedic intern Tyler Grissom? Okay, we really appreciate his assistance as he was on a ride-along doing his internship as a paramedic and assisted in this situation with his skills also. It should also be noted that approximately 50 detectives with the Porterville Police Department and the detectives with the Tulare County Sheriff's Department tirelessly worked around the clock for about the next week during this investigation to make sure that it was a thorough and transparent investigation. It showed truly the regional partnership that we have with the Tulare County Sheriff's Department. I would like to publicly thank Sheriff Mike Boudreau for his partnership and friendship during this critical incident, and others that we have worked with the sheriff. And I did have a phone call with him today, and I pass that on to him. So again, I want to thank everybody that's up here and appreciate their hard work during this critical incident. So thank you.
I want to say thank you to each and every one of you. I know that you're walking away, but understand that your work does not go unnoticed, and how we are very fortunate to have a wonderful public safety team. Thank you.
So throughout this presentation, I know that at the beginning I mentioned Officer Mitchell Gonzalez, and he was not up here. At this time, I would like him to come to the front, please. And if I could have Department Assistant Chief and Captains to the front, please. Right up here. So I waited to the end for this, and I know Mitchell knew that something special was occurring tonight for him, but I kind of wanted it separate from the others. Outstanding performance by multiple agencies during this. So for this, the award of valor is the highest commendation an officer can receive. This award recognizes extraordinary valor above and beyond the call of duty. Public safety officers must exhibit extraordinary courage, decisiveness, and the presence of mind during unusual swiftness of action, regardless of what is occurring for his or her own safety. in an attempt to save or protect a human life where the act is deemed to be above and beyond the call of duty. Valor is defined as courage and boldness, as in bravery and in battle. Where there is a risk of life actually exists for the employee, but the employee had sufficient enough time to evaluate it, where a reasonable person would assume their life or another's is in grave danger. Officer Mitchell Gonzalez demonstrated an exceptional degree of professionalism as appropriate to his specialty as an officer. Officer Gonzalez demonstrated tactics, decisiveness, and remained calm in the face of life-threatening danger, where the risk of death existed, but saving the life of another was greater than his own. This is why today Officer Mitchell Gonzalez is receiving the Police Medal of Valor for his actions on June 22nd, 2023. This is the highest award that can be bestowed upon a police officer. Probably didn't expect this either, but if he wants, I would like to give him just a few moments to say anything that he would like to say, and then I'll conclude.
Fast on my feet? Yeah, I think so. Put this down. Into the mic? I'll turn it this way. First and foremost, thank you everybody for being here. My colleagues, citizens of Porterville, I don't really or had thought of a speech. However, the things that had happened on that day were unexpected. However, I swore an oath to this city and the citizens in it to protect it, and I'm glad that she's here and here to support. So she's the real hero, okay? And I wouldn't hesitate to do what I had to do again for my partners or anybody else. So thank you for being here.
So in closing, the Porterville Police Department responds to thousands of calls a year. Some of those are domestic violence calls, calls involving children, and also victims of violent crimes. I'll get through this. As police officers, myself included, progress through their careers, I'll try to get through it. There are calls that are etched into our memories. Following this incident, Roxanne Aguilera had a difficult road to recovery ahead of her, which included physical, emotional, and psychological healing. As a department, we made sure we were here for her. We offered our support to her and her family, and it's at this time that the fire chief and I would like to present Ms. Aguilera with an award of courage. So, courage is defined as the ability to do something that frightens one, but strengthens in the face of pain and grief. This is exactly what she is doing and what she has done with the ongoing support of her families, and she'll accomplish her goals. It's not the awards and medals that we do this job for, but it's persons like Ms. Aguilera is the reason that we do this job. So I'll share a little story. We had a meeting in my office a week or so ago with the majority of the command staff and Mitchell and Miss Aguilera, and we thought we had got all the emotions out of the way, but we didn't. So again, in closing, we thank everybody that was involved in this incident, Officer Mitchell Gonzalez and Miss Aguilera. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Once again, I want to thank the Public Safety Department for everything that they do over the years in this community for the city of Porterville. They have been there to protect each and every one of us. And as an advocate on domestic violence awareness, it does happen. And it affects not only the victim, but it also affects the family members and the children. And that I encourage that they seek the assistance of the agencies that are there to protect them. Very hard. We will now go into oral communications. This is the opportunity to address the council on any matter of interest, whether on the agenda or not. Unless additional time is authorized by the council, all commentary shall be limited to 3 minutes. You will be asked to state your name and address for the record. We will continue to adhere to the 3-minute per speaker time period so that City Council, in an orderly fashion, can proceed with its decision-making responsibilities this evening. Is there anyone that would like to come forward now? Please do so for oral communications.
My name is Kathleen Harris, and I live at 187 South Villa Street here in Porterville. First and foremost, I need to let you guys know that I am here as a citizen and not as a member of the commission. So I just got to get that out of the way. Several months ago, the council had brought up, we had brought up with the council to vote or bring up the shelter being named after Augie Gonzalez. It's never been voted on, and I think it needs to be, so it can be put to bed, so to speak. We need to know, as a citizen, what's going to be happening. Since the death of Augie, Animal Services has been beaten into the ground. It's no longer the institute that this city has been so proud of, and he worked so hard for. They have one full-time office employer manager, one part-time driver, and one part-time kennel tech. Now, the PD is the supervisor, or the acting supervisor of the police, animal services, and they are advising, because of the lack of staffing, to people who call in about stray dogs to take these dogs to the shelter. These animals, first of all, the people that are doing the transporting, they are not trained. They are not professionals for transporting or capturing these animals. And because of that, if there should be any injuries to these people, the city will be held liable for it because their police department is advising them to take these animals to the shelter. They're not trained for that. Okay. As it stands now, we don't believe that the PD is of any help or support to the shelter. They're dragging their feet to hire anyone. You have a new shelter that you've spent millions of dollars on, and there's no one to staff it. You need to get help for this shelter, not yesterday, not tomorrow. It needs to be done today. It's now critical with only one office personnel and nobody to drive and pick up animals that are being called in. So, and these are my words, the PD and the city needs to get off their butt and do something about this situation. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to come forth? Please do so.
Edith Levine, address on record.
I want to address number 27. First, I want to apologize to Ms. Liu because she was asked to make a silk purse out of a sow's ear and wasted her time and taxpayers' money doing so. And second, to Meister, I want to say, hell no.
Thank you. Is there someone else who would like to come forward? Please do so.
Brock Neely, address on record. Fernando? First of all, I'd like to wish everybody a happy new year. Hope everything is uneventful and safe. What I'm presenting you is the proposed resolution with one minor change that I suggest. And that is on the declarations on the back on item 5. I'd like to see it worded as the City of Porterville commits to its residents that it will refuse to follow directives that have been determined to be unlawful by a federal court to infringe upon constitutionally protected rights. That takes the subjectivity out of your hands. It puts it in the court's hands. And they're the ones that are supposed to adjudicate constitutionality anyway. So that's my suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there someone else that would like to come forward? Please do so.
Hello, my name is Stephanie Torres, and I'm here on behalf of the Porterville Chamber. Good evening to you all. I just wanted to give you guys a few updates. Our annual awards installation ceremony is this Friday at 5:30 at the Eagle Mountain Casino. We will be honoring both our winners and nominees. Our winners are Man of the Year, Michael Knight; Woman of the Year, Irene Ortega; Large Business of the Year, Valley Strong Credit Union; Small Business of the Year, J&R Meat Company; Community Service Project of the Year, Family Crisis Center; Male Youth of the Year is Derek Smith Jr. Female Youth of the Year is Caitlin Plumley, and we are looking forward to seeing everyone there that evening. We are also currently accepting applications for our Junior CEO program, where we teach kids the fundamentals of starting a business. If anyone is interested in applying, the application can be found on our website. We will be having coffee with the CEO tomorrow at 9 a.m. at Stafford's. Anyone who wants to discuss their business, seek advice, share their needs, or just wants to come and chat with us is welcome to join. Our next First Friday coffee will be in February on the 2nd at 7 a.m. at the Galaxy Theaters. Our sponsor is the Tule River Economic Development Center. We are looking forward to seeing you there. Thank you all for the opportunity to speak this
Thank
evening.
you, Stephanie. Is there someone else that would like to come forward?
Hi, America Andrade, 16153 Road 192, 238 Ash Street. First off, Happy New Year's too. This is my first time ever being up here. I used to come to the meetings all the time, but school got in the way. Also, I hope I can also get granted a few extra minutes at the end. This matter I'm about to present terrifies me a bit for my safety because of the well-known political affiliation and views of certain people of this town. Contrary to popular belief, this matter is not complicated. If you are a human with a beating heart, eyes that can see, and ears that can hear, you will stand with humans on this matter. And even then, you don't need to check all 3 boxes. All of you up there, Greg Meister, sorry for the mispronunciation, Donald Wayrauch, Raymond Beltran, Marta Flores, Kelly Carrillo, hold an extraordinary amount of power and influence. Porterville is a small city, but I hold hope all 5 of you up there with children, grandchildren, nieces, and or nephews will understand how dire this plea for help is and how you not only have the power most Americans lack, but also the influence to change the outcome. I stand before the council to declare a ceasefire. Israel has continuously attacked Palestine and Palestinians since the 7th of October 2023. Their land has been occupied for over 75 years now. To paint a picture of the horrors Palestinian children are facing on a daily basis, children are being found dead with their faces melted off, with limbs torn off, and heads flattened after being found in rubble of their home after being targeted and bombed. If the snipers, airstrikes, or bombs set off by the IDF soldiers, then freezing temperatures, diseases, infections, dehydration, starvation, and as of recently, fear, if all of these do not kill the children, then yeah. As of the 7th of October 2023, 30,000 Palestinians have been martyred on their land, half of those being children. But Israel is doing everything in their power to minimize civilian casualties, right? If my previous statements made you uncomfortable, I have done my job. The Palestinians and Palestinian children cannot afford the luxury of being uncomfortable as they are in the midst of a genocide and ethnic cleansing. There is no time to walk on eggshells when it comes to children dying. I wonder how many children must die until we, the citizens, and all of you, our elected representatives, call for a ceasefire. It is also important to know, I'm not going to finish. I hope I can get those few extra minutes.
I will give you 30 seconds to summarize.
I can. It's also important to note that those of us who stand by the Palestinians and against genocide are not, let me emphasize, we are not anti-Semitic, anti-Jew, or anti-Israelis. We sympathize with the innocent Israeli lives that were lost, including fathers, mothers, children, and newborn. As an American with my tax dollars funding this genocide, I cannot stand silent. As a human, I cannot stand silent. My voice is those of the Palestinian children. I will not stand silent until they are all free. From the river to the sea, we promise you Palestine will be free. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to come forward under oral communications? Please do so.
Hey, Fernando. I got 5 of these. Good evening. Ed McCurvey, District 4. How you guys doing tonight? I'm really excited to be here tonight to talk about medical freedom again. And I'm passing the Constitution to you guys because what we just went through and the actions of this council trampled on the Constitution and the individual. And I want to talk about this a little bit tonight, and I want you guys to write this down. Article 1 of the Constitution is balance of powers. It's designed for separation, it's designed for checks and balances, it's designed so that we can decentralize power so the individual is protected. The Constitution is to protect people and restrain government. The Medical Freedom Proclamation is really just pointing to those principles of the Constitution. There's nothing specific in there that has a liability. It's just written to point people back to freedom. It's just a strange, strange thing to me to think that in this day and age, freedom in the freest country of the world is such a controversial idea. Article 4, Section 4, read it. We are all, as individuals, guaranteed by the Constitution a Republican form of government. We're all guaranteed to be represented, all of us. It also says in that Article 4 that we should protect the borders. But the article that I want you to really pay attention tonight to is Article 6, Section 2, the Supremacy Clause of the Constitution. And it makes plain, it's written towards the end of the articles, it makes plain that any law or order in the United States is subject to the Supreme Court, subject to the Constitution. 70% of the laws in this country are tested against the Constitution because that article, Article 6, Section 2, is the supreme law of the land. That's what you take an oath to. If you put something in this medical freedom document that points to the law, it goes against the idea and your oath of what medical freedom is all about. It's not about the law as written by men to be tested by the Supreme Court. It's about the Constitution as the supreme law of the land and your individual rights supreme. That's what medical freedom's about. You know, I was in this chamber when we censored people against the First Amendment. This chamber was all for it. I was in this town when we had an arrest in this chamber. First Amendment, right of assembly. Family businesses were lost. When you tried to protect some, it hurt many others because you didn't follow the Constitution. There are so many things that were wrong with it. Medical freedom we just ask that you take a look at this. If you like freedom, you vote for it. If you don't like freedom, vote against it. But do what's right for the individuals and follow your oath.
Thank you, Mr. McCurvey. Is there someone else that would like to come forward?
Hi, everybody. Happy New Year. My letter for all of you is the same, just change the date. And my interpretation of the Constitution is, it's for all of us, but remember,
I'm going to ask
my
you to
rights.
state your name and your
Oh, I'm
address.
sorry, Jean Valfialis, retired teacher and do pet therapy, take my dog to hospitals and things like that. My freedom and my rights go only as far as your rights and your freedom. And that's my whole point why I'm against this proclamation. It's not just for me or my family or my relatives. It's for all of us. We have to all work together. And if someone is sick and they think it's their right to walk into a hospital or walk into a business and not wear a mask, no, your rights are just ended. You have no right to do what you're doing. Remember, your rights, my rights, only go as far as everybody else's rights. We have to work together, not take one individual's opinion or small group and make it fit everybody. That's not what the Constitution's about. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Is there someone that would like to come forward? Please do so.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor. My name is Abul Hassan. I'm the Executive Director of TCRTA. I generally had sort of this outline of what I was going to say here in relation to demographics and the net median income within the county and how that relates to the advocacy of public transportation, as I feel that I'm not just here as in representing the TCRTA in terms of my capacity, but speaking for individuals that are dependent on public transportation. But thank you for having me here. Everything that sort of concluded this evening sort of leads me to certain points that I think might be valid, so I'll just move on to the points themselves. On December 5th, 2023, the council made a decision to extricate themselves out of the TCRTA JPA. My goal here, as I stand before you, is to outline why I feel there are negative impacts to that decision point, hopefully for your consideration at a later date where the vote can be reversed. Reason number one, it is a negative impact to connectivity and access when it comes to the public. I share with you demographic data, which you can read at your leisure, but essentially, when you revert a system back to the UZA, which is the city of Porterville, it creates a greater burden on disadvantaged communities in terms of their capacity to travel between cities. And so that is one reason. Reason number two, it is a negative impact on intercity commerce. We recently started a microtransit program on December the 18th that was deployed to the city of Porterville and the city of Lindsay. It has taken a hold. We've had somewhere around maybe 1,600 riders in that capacity leading up to the first week of January. By reverting back the system to just the city of Porterville, there will be a negative impact in terms of transportation to and from the city of Lindsay as it relates to microtransit, which is growing substantially in both of your areas. There is a negative impact to the indigenous population. TCRTA is in the works of deploying, beginning April 1, 2024, a service to the Three Rivers Tribe in relation to back and forth from the reservation to the city of Porterville, and that will be negatively impacted. I believe there is a negative impact to the general fund in relation to, I printed out 2018-2019's budget. and what the transportation funding looked like within the city of Porterville. The key points there are that in order for you to operate a transportation system, it will take roughly about $4.5 million. The LTF money, the allocation of which right now, as we stand here today, is about 3.7, does not cover that, which means that roughly 4% of your budget will have to be taken from the general fund and reallocated to support public transportation. With your authority, I would like to continue and
I will give you 30 seconds to summarize.
thank you, I appreciate that. My point being that the funding doesn't exist to be able to support transportation within the confines of your budget, and those funds, 4% or 8%, might be better spent on other entities, whether it's fire, police, parks and leisure. This is something that TCRTA can support. There is the unrealized capital financial liability of the fact that your 10 electric buses are up for expiration in terms of their warranty. There is an entire sort of caveat to that. But my ending point is this: please allow me the opportunity to work with you and your staff over the next 6 to 12 months to reconcile these situations so that we're both in a better
Thank
position.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward?
Hi, my name is Shannon Corbett, and I reside at 646 East Success Drive in Porterville. I'm coming before you guys tonight to bring up the concerns with animal control and the lack of staffing. I recently have had a couple of experiences where I called in stray dogs, and I was informed to just open the door and let the animal go unless I was going to hold on to it. That was my first experience. I did let the dog go because I could not hold on to it for a few days. And the dog came back a couple days later, and this is where I work on Olive Street. Dog came back a couple days later. I was able to detain the dog again, and I contacted Animal Control, the shelter itself, and was able to get the dog picked up. I just had a Chihuahua come a few days ago, and I was able to detain it, and nobody wanted to come and pick it up. They said there was no animal control officer available to do so. So I said, what do you want me to do? Open the door, kick it out, and watch it get hit by a car and feel like crap later? So they did. They put me on hold and had somebody come out and pick up the animal, a CSO officer. My issue is that there is no animal control officer right now. Officer Smiling had quit and went somewhere else because he was burning burning the candle at both ends. He was worn out, he was tired, and he was overworked. And I feel like the city needs to consider maybe bringing in or expedite some more animal control officers and definitely some more staffing at the shelter to help with the overwhelming amount of animals that are coming in on a daily basis. That's all.
Thank you, Ms. Corbett. Is there anyone else?
I don't do well in a crowd, okay? I live with a bunch of dogs. So I'm the owner, Debbie Davenport, the owner of Debbie's Canine. We have a big issue with animal control, not having one. I house lots of dogs, and most of this town knows that. And so, and dispatch knows it, and to kind of go back to that, at one point, yes, they were saying that. Now I just call down there and say, can you please just bring me the dog? 1 in the morning. It doesn't matter when. They know they can bring me the dog. So we need help. I can't keep housing all these dogs either. You know, it's really hard. But we need something in this community to help us with these dogs. I'm not going to quit. I love it. So I will not give up, but I need help. I'm pulling them out of the road dead, and I'm not talking. I hate leaving the shop. I literally hate it. I want to cry every day because I'm the one pulling these dogs out of the road. I'm the one out trapping. I'm calling Shannon, who works with rescue. We're tired. Please, please, just help us, okay? And I won't quit. I'm not giving up. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Davenport. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward? Please do so.
Happy New Year. Renee Kirtley, address on record. How about doing your job? We watched all these people come up here in an emergency. They did their job, they did it well, there was a success. Do your job. Hire somebody.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward? Please do so.
Hello, Josh Flowers, address on record. Happy New Year. Just to kind of highlight a little bit on number 27, I was a state scientist, so I had an understanding of certain things when it comes to a virus. And so I just want to leave you with this. Perhaps not everything we're hearing is truth. And so what I'm going to try to do is give you a reading that someone wrote. It may be true or not, but I'm going to read it to you as fast as I can. So, Mistakes Were Not Made, an Anthem for Justice by Margaret Anna Elise. The Armenian genocide was not a mistake. Holodomor was not a mistake. The final solution was not a mistake. The Great Leap Forward was not a mistake. The killing fields were not a mistake. Name your genocide, they are not a mistake. That includes the great genocide of the 2020s. To imply otherwise is to give them a way out that they are seeking. It was not botched, it was not blundered, it was not incompetence, it was not lack of knowledge, it was not spontaneous mass hysteria. The planning occurred in plain sight. The planning still occurs in plain sight. The philanthropists bought the science, the modelers projected the lies, the testers concocted the crisis, the NGOs leased the academics, the scientists fabricated the findings, the mouthpieces spewed the talking points, the organizations declared the emergency, the government erected the walls, the departments rewrote the rules, the governor quashed the rights, the politicians passed the laws, the bankers installed the control grid, the stooges laundered the money, the DOD placed the orders, the corporations fulfilled the contracts, the regulators approved the solution, the law shielded the contractors, the agencies ignored the signals, the humans consolidated the media, the psychologists crafted the messaging, the propagandists chanted the slogans, the fact-checkers smeared the dissents, the censors silenced the questioners, the jackboots stopped the dissenters, the tyrants summoned, the puppeteers jerked, the puppets danced, the colluders implemented, the doctors ordered, the hospitals administrated, the bamboozled brooded, the totalitarians bullied, the COVIDians tattled, the parents surrendered. The good citizens believed and forgot. This was calculated, this was formulated, this was focus group, this was articulated, this was manufactured, this was falsified, this was coerced, this was inflicted, this was denied, this was terrorized. We were isolated, we were gaslit, we were dehumanized, we were wounded, and we were killed. Don't let them get away with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward? Please do so. Do we have anyone on virtually?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Then we'll now go on to the reports. This is the time for all committee, commission, board reports, subcommittee reports, and staff informational items. Parks and Leisure Commission? No? Library and Literacy Commission? Oh, yes. Okay, I barely saw it. Thank you. Parks and Leisure, okay, thank you.
Okay, good evening. I just want to say on my behalf, it was such a beautiful recognition of our wonderful people in Porterville. This is my hometown. I teach here, so I'm glad that I was here to see that. Good evening once again, Mayor and members of the council. I'm Parks and Leisure Service Commissioner Arlene Pena with our commission report. Park staff has been busy cleaning up Veterans Park and trimming many trees around the city. They also continue to clean up the encampments. Here's an example of the before photos. And here's after. The annual New Year's Gala was held at the Veterans Memorial Building December 31st from 8 p.m. to midnight. Virtual bingo continues to be popular. The next bingo night will be February 2nd at 6 p.m. The 45-day fitness challenge to reach 1,000 minutes, the Shamrock Shape Up, begins February 1st. As for sports, youth basketball is in season, arena soccer practice begins soon, and adult flag football wraps up in a couple of weeks. The application period for the military banner program ends February 1st. Applications may be completed or in the Parks and Leisure Service office in the Centennial Plaza. The 2024 activity calendar is now available online, or you can pick one up at the City Hall or at the Parks and Leisure Services office. This is a great way to make sure you don't miss any important registrations and special events coming up. That concludes our report, and thank you for your time.
No, thank you very much for your report. Now we'll go into Library and Literacy Commission.
Fernando. What I'm giving, I only printed 2 copies because my printer decided it needed a rest. I wasn't ready, but it was. It's on Gen Z and millennials, how they use public libraries and identifies for media use. I've read this. It's thick, but good grief, is it informative. And since a lot of my kids and grandkids are in that group, I actually saw in my mind as I was reading, I saw them. So it's a good thing. And December was a busy month, but it wasn't, if you get my drift. It was the last 2 weeks. Virtual story times held every Tuesday morning via Facebook at 1,772 English and 1,842 Spanish story time viewers. That's a total of 3,614. And we did try to see if we could get something for you for what you asked, Mr. Beltran. But the only way we could get anything was in comments, and we're pulling them to see what we did get for December. It's cute. It was an interesting question. Don't think we didn't, we forgot you. Bilingual story time every Thursday at 10 a.m. is hosted by staff members. There were 60 participants. Family literacy services every Thursday at 5 p.m. Well, 5:30. This helps enrich the family's literacy through reading books together and playing educational games. There were 65 participants. Bring Your Own Game Day had 28 participants. Young Adult Book Club for 16 to 14 in December read The Body by Stephen King. His stuff scares me. 3 members attended and read it. 1,000 Books Before Kindergarten is a program for families and caregivers to read at least 1,000 books to their young children before they enter kindergarten. There are 6 new sign-ups. December the 1st, staff ran up. There's library. I don't know what movie, because I don't go to those things. 55 people attended. Staff did a lot of crafts with the kids during vacation time. They set up and worked with them. The tables were full. It was beautiful. It was 86 participants. Can you imagine that? Didn't happen all at once, thank goodness. It's that little temporary library is doing wonders. Now to my favorite thing. Literacy is such an important thing. When we're trying to recruit businesses, they look at the literacy level of the people because they want to know if they're going to be able to do the jobs. It's part of the demographics. So, this month's achievements, Josefina continues to successfully communicate with her medical doctor. Elisa is going through the process of starting a business, and Rita is now able to help her son with homework. Those are major milestones, and I commend them, and I commend the people at the library. And if you choose to read that thing on millennials, you're really going to learn a lot, and it'll tell you just where Gen Z and millennials use the library and how they use it. That's an important thing. And it also tells you which ethnic groups are more prone to use it. So it's an important thing because it surprised me when I was reading it. Please know what we are doing with our library at all times.
Thank you. Arts Commission? No? Animal Control Commission? Hi, Mr. Hall.
Mayor, how are you doing?
Doing very well.
Good to see you.
You as well.
Happy New Year. This won't take long because our regularly scheduled meeting did not take place. For lack of attendance, we did not have a quorum. We did have some things on the meeting agenda that would have been of interest, one of which was to be a potential tour of the new animal control facility. I'm sure that's going to be an agenda item for the future. For those who are concerned about animal control, there are legitimate concerns. However, I feel we work closely with the police department. We always have a representative there to help us with legal issues. Unfortunately, some people take their position on the commission to be one of authority and not review. And we try to keep that in check so that they realize that we are just a review commission and not a commission to tell the city how to run their business or the police department. That said, though, we are looking forward to our next meeting and moving forward with the new commission, with the new facility. And I believe that the police department is also going to have some reporting regarding potential future staffing.
Thank you very much for that report. Youth Commission? No? To talk? Okay.
I'm back.
All right.
Good evening, Happy New Year. I was recently chosen chairman of Transaction and Use Tucson. It's a lot easier to say. I would like to express to the council my appreciation for the former chairperson, John Billieu. He did an excellent job in reorganizing the structure of the committee and reviewing what we are tasked to review. He created a liaison program. Each member of the committee is assigned to the organizations that we are to review. That being the police department, fire department, library, and literature, and the road department. And I would like you to just know that Mr. John Billieu is the one who facilitated that. When we get together, I am the liaison with the police department. So either the chief or one of the other managers of the police department, we either have a face-to-face meeting or a telephone meeting prior to our committee meeting. and we have each reviewed all of our statistics that we are held responsible for reviewing. I personally, now that I'm the chairperson, I review the entire report, but we encourage each liaison to review specifically what they are there to represent. And the police department represents Measure H and I, fire department Measure H and I. They have an involvement in both of those measures, and we have always found that they are good stewards of our finances. Occasionally we find little glitches here and there. Usually it's a typo or a computer error, and it gets worked out in our meeting prior to, so that we don't have to go over it during the meeting. It's already taken care of, and we can let everyone be aware of what has taken place. The library is strictly Measure H, as I understand, and roads Measure I. But once again, we work very closely with the management of all of those organizations.
Thank you. I appreciate the report. Yeah, thank you so much. We'll now move on to the staff informational reports.
Yes, Your Honor, we do have two reports on the agenda this evening, the Water Conservation Phase 4 status update, as well as the proclamation issuance report. And we're happy to answer any questions that the council might have.
Thank you. Does council have any questions?
Yeah,
Please go ahead, Councilmember Wyrock.
Thank you. It's a very detailed report once again. I was noting in here that the consumption in the month prior was down, and then the last month was up 13%, so there's quite a swing in the amount of water that was used. Are there any thoughts as to why?
I will defer to Mr. Knight. Yes.
Oh, hey, Director Knight.
Sorry about that. We're looking into it. It was a dry month. Generally, we have a little bit more precipitation in December, and it was really warm. So the season has come on late this year, and that's just a result of, you can see it in the water usage.
Then I have a question about the 3 to 5 year supply. Looking out into the future, I know we're buying shares and we're repairing wells and doing different things with different agencies. Are there any plans over the next 3 to 5 years to increase the amount of water that we can bank or have available so that we can work our way out of this position that, conserving water?
So the 3 to 5 year supply is a process in which DWR performs it's an application for a self-audit. And that is something that we reflect on. But yes, all those items that you just mentioned would be criteria that we will utilize to shore up our portfolio, if you will, supply in the future. Not to mention the projects that are well underway with the completion of the tertiary plant, which will add to that supply. And then also future projects that have been outlined on the draft master plan that will be coming to council to perform additional projects along the same lines.
Okay, so I'm seeing actually a 19% swing month over month, and for 9 of the 60 months on the graph, I don't know if we can have the graph up. It might be the next couple of pages in. And our cumulative total is down 25%. So I know that residents have really, and the businesses have helped us to reduce water consumption. Again, I'm just, looking for maybe next council meeting, if we have some more information about why the water use went up so much, it would be great to hear as to why.
Couple things along those lines. So when we talk about the 13% that's outlined in the report, the 13% is structured on the production. So if you were to look at production, which is just numbers pumped from 2013 to current, it's a 13% increase over the 2013 timeline. However, if you look at the GPCD capita, which is the 25% conservation, what we've done is, because the city continues to grow and service connections continue to grow, primarily that process was outlined during the East Porterville project, production is going to go up naturally. So So as a holistic number, if you take numbers pumped from year to year or numbers pumped from 2013 comparison year to current, you're going to see an increase because the city has grown since then. My apologies, I don't have an exact number of service connections to be increased from that time period. However, the service connections do increase. So the GPCD gallons per capita, which is what the city's urban water management plan is based off of, is what we based that conservation savings on, which is the 25% cumulative total over the entire period.
Thank you, and I see that in the next graph, I think, that you have in the staff report. So thank you for that, Mr. Knight. Yeah, I just want to make sure that we've got an understanding, and maybe it is a lot of hookups and a lot of new people turned on their water in the last 60 days, and that caused the bump, but I'm not sure. But just, if this is the beginning of a trend, just want to make sure that 3 to 5 years from now, we have even more water available for our needs here within the community. Thank you. I don't have it.
So just to provide a closing note, the efforts in providing a greater detail of what those impacts are on consumption are going to be a lot clearer in the future. So as council has moved forward with the retrofit of the fixed network metering system, we'll be able to have greater detail on consumption within the period of these reports. However, currently, it takes 5 weeks for the city to be read. So for us to find out what happens in December, we have to go 5 weeks past that and then come back with a little bit of a research project to give you those finite details. But in the future, we'll be able to tell you that by specific items. So either consumption was based off of residential consumption was up, commercial consumption was up, or maybe a commercial irrigation contributed to a higher value of consumption during that month. So, just provide that to council for future reference. Details will be getting more clear and finite and bracketed down in a more granular form.
Thank you. Thank you, Meg.
Thank you. Any other comments from council? No? Okay. We'll now move on to the consent calendar. All consent calendar items are considered routine and will be enacted in one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these matters unless a request is made, in which event the item will be removed from the consent calendar. All items removed from the consent calendar for further discussion will be heard at the end of scheduled matters. Okay, council, how do you wish to proceed? Are there any noted conflicts, any items? If not, we have items 1 through 25 on the consent calendar.
You gonna
Okay.
pull one?
Okay.
I'm wondering if we could pull item 21, developer impact fees, just for a little discussion.
Number 21 will go in after number 28 of the scheduled matter.
Thank you.
Okay.
I want to make a motion to approve the consent calendar items. Sorry.
1 through 20.
1 through 20 and 22 through 25.
We have a motion
A second.
and a second. No further discussion. Call for the vote. Passes unanimous, 5-0. We'll now move on to scheduled matters.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to note for the record that Ms. Hildreth has stepped out due to the conflict on this next item, so I will be presenting for tonight. So item number 26 is consideration of the employment agreement between the City of Porterville and Patrice Hildreth. The City Council appointed Patrice Hildreth to the position of interim city manager effective January 6, 2024, at the regular City Council meeting on December 19th, 2023. This office was directed to bring the attached agreement for consideration by the City Council addressing compensation and the terms and conditions of employment. I will note that these terms and conditions are consistent with the prior city manager's contract. Ms. Hildreth intends to retire at the end of this year and will assist the City Council with the recruitment process for a longer-term city manager. The goal is to have that process begin in or about September 2024, with an appointment made in December 2024 or early January 2025. As directed by the City Council, as I noted, the terms of the proposed agreement run for the remainder of this year and set compensation at the amount set in the former city manager's contract as of January 1, 2024. And that equates to $16,700.75 per month and $200,409 per year. It also contains the same terms and conditions as were established in that agreement, except I did make some deletions and modifications regarding inapplicable items, given that this contract will be a short-term position. If approved, it's requested the City Council schedule a ceremonial swearing-in for the next regular City Council meeting, and I can answer any questions if you have them. Thank you.
Thank you. Did council members have any questions? No questions? No. Okay.
Being that I missed the last council meeting, you know, I had someone reach out to me and question experience and pay with pension, and so I wanted to be upfront with it. Patrice, before getting hired, made $170,000 a year, and the bump in pay will take her to $200,000. Yes, and it is a one-year contract, so yes, it will benefit her on her pension. Another question was on experience, and I think to myself with Patrice, I don't know if we could really get a more experienced person in this position, just for the fact of she's been with the city during hard times, and it's through that it's made her strong. She was here for the library fire, she was here through the flood, she was here through the drought. She has a massive amount of experience, and not only that, but she has a supporting staff behind her, and this is going to make a great team. And another question was on vision. And the first meeting I had with Patrice was on the vision, what she had for the city, and I loved it. And her main focuses were to focus in on projects that are going forward and grants for projects to get them complete, address our roads and get them fixed up, and address the homeless or transient population, which I lined up with what the city needs. And so for myself, I just would like to say on record that I fully support Patrice, and I'm excited for this next year and what she's going to bring to the city. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no comment. Do you have any comment, Vice Mayor? No? Okay. With no other comments being brought to the table, I make the motion that we go with the recommendation that we do the employment agreement between the City of Porterville and Patrice Hildreth, and schedule the ceremonial swearing in for the next City Council meeting on February the 6th. Is that a motion? Yes.
I'll second.
Motion second, no further discussion. Call for the vote. Passes unanimous, 5-0. We'll move on to number 27. Oh, we need Patrice. Okay.
The item came from my department. Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. The next item is item number 27, consideration of adoption of draft resolution of the City Council of the City of Porterville, affirming its commitment to the principles of liberty and medical freedom. At the meeting on December 5th, 2023, and at Councilmember Greg Meister's request, the City Council provided input concerning a draft resolution to affirm the city's commitment to individual liberty and medical freedom. The council members expressed a variety of opinions, including individual concerns with the language in the resolution, technical issues with the use of certain terms, such as reaffirm or recommit instead of affirm or commit, and concerns with expressing legal conclusions and/or findings concerning certain violations that were not otherwise specifically cited or identified or potentially under the city's jurisdiction. However, the city council members also expressed support for the concepts of constitutionally protected individual liberties and freedom to make medical decisions in accord with applicable law, support for the city's responsibilities to protect the public health of its community members, and respect for constitutionally protected free expression and the fostering of understanding and cooperation among the city's residents. In response to the direction of the City Council, my office reviewed the discussion from the December City Council meeting and I revise the resolution in the spirit of finding that common ground. The draft revisions clarify the constitutional protections, omit language that could be construed to be contrary to prevailing law, eliminate findings as to past conduct, violations of unnamed entities, and affirm the city's commitment to adapt its policies and practices to protect the rights and freedoms of its residents while also addressing public health concerns as required by law. The City Council may consider and adopt this resolution as currently proposed or further revised, and/or may consider other actions such as revising or converting the resolution to a proclamation that can be approved by the council or alternatively by specific council members. And the recommendation is that the City Council consider the draft resolution of the City Council of the City of Porterville affirming its commitment to the principles of liberty and medical freedom. And thank you. I'm here for any questions.
Thank you. And I'm going to bring it to council. And who wishes to start the discussion?
But I'd invite Councilmember Wyrock to go first, being that he was instrumental in making this better from the last meeting.
Well, thank you, but I don't know if I made it any better when it was a resolution to start with, and now it's become a council citywide effort to communicate a belief that we heard some comments at the podium tonight, and I'm going to be brief, not share all my comments, because I'm really open to hear the dialogue here.
Okay.
That if you like freedom, you vote for it. If you don't like freedom, don't vote for it. I think there's more to it. I'm thinking about parental rights, and I know there's a group of people that have worked really hard throughout the county to ensure that parents have the right to educate the children the way they want to, choose if they want them to walk to school or not. On the way into the council today, it was about 4:30 in the afternoon, and I'm coming up, what am I on, Prospect, and I see, and all of a sudden, this young, small girl steps off of, not a curb, but a grass strip into the street, and I just passed the school behind me, and the sidewalk's on the other side of the street, but somehow these two little girls were on my side of the street. I hit my brakes. I wasn't speeding, 35 miles an hour. I went down to 25. The other girl I knew was going to step into the street, so I didn't have cars coming. I moved over, and sure enough, she stepped down. They didn't look behind them to see if there were cars coming, and they walk on. And both of these kids were under 8 years old, if I had to guess. And I'm a parent. I raised 3 kids. They were both probably under 8 years old, walking home by themselves. So, and I'm saying the parents have the right to do all of this stuff. They can choose what school they send their kids to, and the Constitution. We've heard people talk about the Constitution and the importance of the Constitution and individual liberties, but when does it stop? At every council meeting, are we going to have another resolution about a freedom thing that they feel a part of the Constitution guarantees? And I'm no constitutional expert. I've read the Constitution. I've got a book from Hillsdale College that even has letters about how the Constitution got written, how it rolled out. And I even bought a shirt, and it's got all the founding fathers, not all of them, but like 8 founding fathers on it, and it says, "What would they say?" And when I posted that picture on Facebook, my cousin's kid, so I guess my second cousin, who's an attorney in Seattle, wrote to me, "Well, the Constitution says women can't vote and slaves are okay." And yet the Constitution was set up to give us an opportunity to allow women to vote and to stop slavery. So in general, I'm all for this. I just have some things here that I'd like to share later, possibly, after I hear from
Well, you'll reserve
the
comment
rest of
for
everybody.
other,
I would.
you'll reserve
Thank you.
comment, okay? I'm going to chime in because I'm not going to go right into that, but again, I'm going to reserve comment. Again, tonight, we heard, and I'm going to be respectful of the people who did come up to the podium and share their concern. From the beginning, it started out as a proclamation. I have all my documentation here. It started out, and then it went toward a draft resolution, and it was brought to a council meeting back in November, and I have my notes from my comments that it appeared as a binding document with the wording that was in there and how it could put the city in a malleable position. And I did express in the council meetings, one of them, that the document had nothing to do with city government and that it had to do with an interest item, and that I felt that we should be concentrating on the immediate needs of the community, the city, for public safety, the fire protection, the crime prevention, services for water, sewer, trash, recreation, library, and the list goes on. And for the future discussions for the unhoused and that live on the streets and the riverways. So I'm not saying, I never said I was supportive or against it. I just didn't like that it was a document that we were spending time here discussing a single interest that had nothing to do with our decision-making, with the information that is brought to the table for the operation of the city. I will reserve comment as well. Vice Mayor, did you have any comment?
I guess my comment is that, from the time it was presented, I struggle with the wording, obviously, which we worked on and spent time on that. But I think in just looking forward, and not just this, but all the decisions we make, trying to determine if this is relevant and beneficial to our community and to the decisions we are supposed to be working towards as city council. And I thought back when I saw this on the agenda and got reminded again, this was on our agenda, just to read and give it some thought. And I thought to myself, I probably should have been a little more transparent when we first discussed it, in that I don't believe we should be voting on and incorporating resolutions of this type and at our capacity. But then I realized, the last conversation wasn't really to vote on it. It was just to discuss the wording that was being presented to us. So for me, that's kind of where I stand as of right now.
Thank you. And you'll reserve more comment?
I'll reserve for more
Thank
comment.
you. Councilmember Beltran?
I didn't have a whole lot of notes written on this. We discussed it the last time where there was definitely a need to review because of the language. And thank you, Julia, for your time. I know when you get into litigation of what verbiage you're putting in documents, you have to be very careful on what you're specifying. And I know even this is a very generalized document because a lot of it has to do with, there's other documents that already exist that this is kind of just mentioning back again to me, this is a living document, just as Councilman Wyrock mentioned, the Constitution has addressed things in the past. We can adjust it as things come to us. I'm reminded that a majority of the council today isn't who was here when this pandemic first, hit our, I'd say the whole world. It's easy to say that some of that is just water under the bridge, but it did have a major effect. But I loved just the general conversation. We're reminded by some of the comments earlier about, the Supreme Court. It will have the final decision on many of basically the statute of how things set, whether that was recently with Roe versus Wade, whether people agree or disagree. There's stuff that I'm passionate about with Second Amendment that all the courts throughout the different circuits all vote differently on. And it's so interesting to go, wow, they're all educated in the Constitution, yet they all vary depending on which region you're from. And so this is, I wouldn't say it's a gray area, but there's definitely stuff that some communities support and some do not. We all have our own opinions, and I respect all of them. We all come from different backgrounds and experiences that form those. So I did take all those comments to heart and where they come from of their experiences. But just with that, like I said, I didn't have a whole lot to say because a lot of it got cleaned up of stuff that was already mentioned. So thank you.
Well, I think
to the question you just asked about your T-shirt, our founding fathers would say, "Give me liberty or give me death." They were courageous. They were men of integrity. Their morals. And personally, for myself, I'd rather die on my feet than live on my knees. So let's get into this. Individual liberty, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Porterville affirming its commitment to the principles of liberty and medical freedom. We took out conscience rights, and we took out individual in the title. You know, there was a lot of doublespeak, and by the way, Julia, fantastic job. Thank you. Personally, the individual holds the conscious rights, and so it was a little bit of doublespeak in my opinion. I would like to see individual inserted back in front of liberty, so that it reads a resolution of the City of a resolution of the City Council of the City of Porterville affirming its commitment to the principles of individual liberty and medical freedom. And we have to remember, we live in a constitutional republic. We do not, with a form of democracy. Democracy is the mob rule. And we have to get back to those individual principles that are protected. So, whereas the City Council of the City of Porterville believes the principles of individual liberty, and there it is, that's why I would like it back in, and bodily integrity are fundamental to a free and just society, and furthermore, are protected by the federal Constitution and the Constitution of the State of California. That's the law of the land, the Constitution, the federal Constitution. And Ed McCurvey reached out to me, and he did point me out to Article 6, Section 2, and I don't mind reading it here. And it's actually referred to as a supremacy clause. I looked this up. In no way am I a constitutional lawyer, right? And I think they wrote these things vague for a reason. This Constitution and the law of the United States, which shall be made in pursuance thereof, and all treaties made, or which shall be made under the authority of the United States, shall be the supreme law of the land, and the judges in every state shall be bound thereby, and thing in the Constitution or law of any state to the contrary notwithstanding. I believe this means, and it establishes that the federal Constitution and federal law generally take precedence over the state laws and even state constitution, which in my opinion overrides applicable law. That is my opinion. So we go into the next paragraph, whereas the City Council recognizes to the fullest extent permitted by applicable law the fundamental rights of individuals to make informed medical decisions, including the right to choose or refuse medical treatment and interventions. That's a fundamental right, and it's also shown in Amendment 9. Amendment 9 reads, "The enumeration in the Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed to deny or disparage others retained by the people." I really believe this goes to conscious rights, but the individual liberty. This means the rights of citizens will be protected whether these rights are listed or not. So medical freedom is a human right, a basic right, and applicable laws shouldn't override that right, which we've seen it happen, right? So whereas the City Council recognizes that the United States and the state of California have enacted laws aimed to safeguard medical liberties and preventing discrimination and personal health choices as is exemplified by the Federal Health Insurance Probability and Accountability Act and the California Confidentiality of Medical Information Act. Beautiful. Whereas the City Council believes that to the fullest extent permitted by law, including but not limited to, this is something that I would like knocked out. The City Council believes that to the fullest extent permitted by law, including but not limited to the federal and state constitution, The residents of the city of Porterville should be entitled to make their own medical choices, free from coercion, discrimination, or undue interference. It's a beautiful line. I think that when we talk about law, as this resolution, and if it doesn't pass, if you guys don't want to support medical liberty, we will then make it a proclamation. So, well, I shouldn't say we, I. So I would like to see, including but not limited to, the federal and state constitution. Let's just leave it at extended permitted by law, which goes to our federal constitution, state constitution. Whereas the COVID-19 pandemic and other public health emergencies have raised important questions about the balance between public health orders and individual rights. Beautiful. It is a responsibility of the city of Porterville to respect and protect the constitutionality, protected rights, and freedom of its residents in accordance with applicable law. I like in accordance with applicable law out. Once again, I refer back to the Constitution, and that's what this is about. That's what I swore an oath to. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Porterville follows. The city affirms its commitment to the constitutionality, protected individual liberty, and medical freedom. Beautiful. To the fullest extent permitted by law, the City Council finds that every resident of Porterville has the right to make their own informed medical decision, including the right to consent to or decline medical treatments and interventions, free from coercion, discrimination, or illegal interference. It's beautiful, and it's also covered in the Nuremberg Codes. The City of Porterville will not engage in illegal discrimination against individuals based on their vaccination or medical status, and will respect the privacy of individuals' medical information to the extent protected by law. When I see by law, I think the Constitution, the federal Constitution. The City of Porterville recognizes the importance of legally established public health measures to promote public health and to protect the community during public health emergencies. The City of Porterville commits, this is my favorite one, number 5, and it doesn't need touched up. The City of Porterville commits to its residents that it will refuse to follow directives that have been determined to unlawfully infringe upon constitutionality protected rights. Beautiful. The City of Porterville encourages open and respectful dialogue on the medical issues affecting the city and the protection of the public health of the Porterville community, fostering understanding and cooperation among its residents through constitutionally protected free speech and open dialogue without illegal censorship. The City of Porterville will continue to monitor and adapt its policies and practices to protect the rights and freedoms of its residents while also addressing public health concerns as required by law. Back to the Constitution. This resolution is hereby enacted by the City Council of the City of Porterville, and it shall serve as an affirmation of the City Council's commitment to the principles of liberty and medical freedom. I'd like to see individual liberty added in there and medical freedom. To say that this isn't based on the city, we saw egregious policies pushed here in this city. I watched a senior citizen get arrested for not wearing a face mask properly. We've seen things happen. And there are studies coming out on this experimental vaccine, which no one is taking anymore. No one is taking the shot. There are studies coming out.
This is not a public hearing, so this is a discussion we're having up on the dais.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Yes.
There are studies coming out where there have been around 17 million people that have died from the shot. Sudden death syndrome in adults is something we're talking about. Myocarditis in young athletes, young children. We really have to start looking at the big picture and questioning what's going on. And this is a resolution that protects the people of Porterville, and that's the stance I'm taking. Thank you.
Councilmember Meister, thank you. Any comment from council members? Please, Councilmember Belton.
Yeah,
You mentioned something about taking out the language of the fullest extent of permitted by law. I would worry about that because I'm required to take a TB test at work. That's a law, that's a rule. And so if you start saying, well, that's permitted.
Yeah, I think,
Okay.
just for the, I think what you were, just in case, just so, because I had the same question. I think you were just wanting to take out the including but not limited to federal and state constitution, is that right? So we
Okay.
left in law, we took out applicable in one place, but we still left in law in that second one. Okay,
Okay.
just want to make sure.
And to the broader picture briefly, you know, there's just this like two-sided kind of a sword is, you know, I'm not sure if this is directed as an employer, what the city is as an employer, because let's say we do something like this, and let's say the Porterville School District, through the Office of Education, following state laws, are required to do X, Y, and Z that maybe we don't agree with as a city. It's let's say in a resolution like this, as a hypothetical, where does that fall under for the Porterville schools? Because it's like, well, there you go. I don't know how far something like this resolution would go if, well, then other employers or other people can then just do what they feel like. So it's almost, again, it gets back to almost ceremonial.
May I comment?
Sure.
So, yes, resolution is ceremonial, right? It's not an ordinance. It takes 4 votes to get an ordinance. I would love it to be. I'd love to protect my businesses from a tyrannical government. And and not only that, but the individual rights. And so you're correct. Will the schools force little girls out of school for not wearing a face mask? You bet they will. I lived it. Will the schools do their thing? Yeah. They're their own jurisdiction. What we control is our jurisdiction. This is why we took local action. So with this resolution, it is just a policy looking forward in how we would handle future pandemics. And if you say, well, Greg, that's a conspiracy, no future pandemics are coming, I'd say, look at the Reedley Lab, Councilmember Beltran. There's things going on in this world that are going to oppress our people. And it's our duty to take a stand and find resolutions that put policy forward that gives a guidance in how to handle future pandemics.
I'm going to make a comment. I'm going to interrupt and make a comment. When the pandemic situation occurred, you have to remember that Health and Human Services was at the county jurisdiction. That is where all the direction was given. And I'm going to desensitize some of this. When we're talking about this piece of paper, this resolution, it seems like there's an emphasis for the schools, and that almost seems like it's a personalization, but you can't dismiss the other organizations that it perceivably could affect, which are we have the largest clinic beyond Porterville countywide, and we have the hospital as well. And I say, in my opinion, having served on both boards, what they have to follow as far as their guidance, their protocol under the Health and Human Service aspect and those directives, and that they would be during the pandemic are that line before we get involved. We're involved already in it through our departments. So again, I'm going to be very respectful of the information that is brought here to the table so that we can have this discussion. I am going to once again simply state, I have a problem with the document. I have a problem with a resolution when it originally was brought to the table as a proclamation. I have a problem because when we talk of City of Porterville, it embraces and encompasses the people that reside in the City of Porterville, who has the largest employability organizations with your healthcare industries, your clinic industries, your school districts. Now, they are their own jurisdictions. They have their own board. And if this was to be desensitized, where would they stand? you're opening up a can of worms that maybe they have not been addressed as well. Especially when you're talking about, I get it and I understand, it goes back to the Constitution and the liberties and our freedoms. I get that. And I'm very concerned, especially with, tonight we had the presentation with the public safety and our fire department and our police department, that we start putting a piece of paper for an affirmation on behalf of the council, when I was reminded numerous times, even after we had the discussion, why are you having a conversation that is a different document that has really nothing to do with the decision that you're making for the city government that would encompass making decisions for government? That's just my comment.
This,
And-
I was interrupted. Oh, go ahead, finish.
No, well, and that's pretty much just a comment, and I did interrupt the dialogue because I wanted to bring that to the table. And please go ahead.
You know, go ahead, Councilman Member Wyrock. I've been speaking a lot. Go ahead.
No, I think this is really healthy. You know, I had thought about the schools a couple of weeks ago and other people in town, businesses in town, and that might be affected by a future mandate that some bureaucrats, unelected officials get together in a dark room and say, hey, let's try this. Well, before we do, let's buy stock and then ram it down everybody's throat and get rich, whatever, you know, and I'm not a conspiracy type person.
That's the
But I did
truth.
think about the schools, I did think about the employers, and this is an interesting conversation. I would like to say, though, that the way that it came, and I've mentioned this before, my wife, she got the shot. My son worked for a county, and he didn't get the shot, and he almost lost his job over it. And a lot of people came up to bat for him and protected his rights to individual liberty without a proclamation or anything on the San Jose or the Santa Clara County. You know, maybe they have something like this written, but they protected my son's rights. Nobody knocked on my door and said, Don, why didn't you get the shot? Well, I tell them I don't want the shot. I'm a healthy individual. My mom died and she had some COVID, you know, and a lot of people hurt. But there is something that I really like about this, and it's just this. We had to close down businesses that probably we would have wanted to stay open. At least, you know, I mean, the big centers got to stay open and work, and the big conglomerates had the lobbyists. And they got the, discrimination or just a lack of fairness, you know, of their right to have a business, right? If you wanted to roll a cigar and from imported tobacco in Porterville, they had to shut you down. And barber shops, I think, had some struggles, right? You know, and just real quick, little side note on item 2 on page 1. To the fullest extent permitted by law, the city council finds that every resident, I think it should be every adult resident, because we don't want kids in our schools determining what kind of care they want without parents being notified.
I like that.
In my humble opinion.
I like
But
that.
anyways, that's kind of where I'm going. I think it affects the city, but I think the city and the people in the city, maybe there's legal aspects that we can make available to them if they feel that some other agency in California is coming down hard on them. Well, I know for a while, I had 3 kids at home with my first wife, and we claimed the child care credit and married and all of our kids. We did it for like 10 years. And then all of a sudden, the IRS said, prove to us you have your kids. And they disallowed all of these things, and it was just a mess. And I had to call my congresswoman in Danville to take care of it. And they got the right people involved, and my issue was solved. And true, I worked on it independently, and it took time. But how long does it take for us to, on item 5, the city of Porterville commits to its residents that it will refuse to follow directives that have been determined to unlawfully infringe? Well, are we then going to send every document out to get reviewed before we implement it here. And I think that kind of backs us into a little bit of a corner. I don't know. But, and then we're already doing a lot of these things here. It's already kind of being done. Like item 6, the city of Porterville encourages open and respectful dialogue on medical issues affecting the city and protecting the public health of the Porterville community, fostering understanding and cooperation among its residents through constitutionally protected free speech and open dialogue.
Now,
I think that's beautiful.
you're right, we're living up to it today. The council has changed.
The council has changed, yeah.
Were you in here when a senior citizen got arrested for not wearing a face mask?
No, but I saw some.
Let me,
film.
there's another time where I was censored, right there, talking about hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin, which been proven to be a therapeutic now.
Yeah.
Was I censored? Absolutely.
But I think on the corner,
So-
you could hold up a sign and make your proclamation, but at a city council, I don't know how that works. I
So-
don't know. Mr.
So we could get in the Browns Act and how we all have a constitutional right to the First Amendment.
Absolutely.
And what this gets down to is, and Madam Mayor, your comments and what I interpret, when tyranny comes back, you're going to follow. When things get tough, you're going to go with it, and you're going to face mask my officers and my firefighters and my city employees. That's how
Once
I
again,
interpret it.
you can go ahead and interpret, and I'll respect it, because we don't hire the firefighters and the police department. The city does. We only hire 2 people, which is the city manager and our legal counsel.
But we
And
make the resolutions
I
that protect them.
understand. Once again, I'm going to be very respectful to you, as I will to everyone that has made comment this evening. There is no right and there is no wrong. And this originally started out as a proclamation. And again, as we look at what was being reported under legal counsel, we could either adopt it, revise it, or converting it back to proclamation. And this, any council member could sign it.
Your comments, though, were if it comes down and because of the hospital and the school district
A
and things.
perception. It would be a perception, to think about perception.
So you would follow the perception that is being pushed upon us.
They have their own guidance. The healthcare industry has their own protocols.
And so here's an opportunity to bring our own protocols in such crisis moments. Here's our opportunity to fight for our people, to fight for our city employees, and to put forth individual liberty and medical freedom and constitutionally protected rights. Is there any more comments?
I'll ask the question. Vice Mayor, do you have any comment? No. Councilmember Beltran? No? Councilmember Wyrock?
I think we did staff's recommendation quite well here tonight. Thank you. Nothing else.
Now I'm going to ask the question, in which direction does council wish to go?
I'd like to make a motion to address the changes I made and bring forth the resolution as put forth.
Does your amendments include the one that Councilmember Wyrock made as well?
Yes, yeah, I think that was a good addition. Thank you.
Motion dies for no second. The motion has died. Okay. In which direction now does council wish to proceed? Council member?
I would just say I'd like to see that back just with a clarification, because I have all these notes in my head and written down, just to see a cleaner with the changes and just be brought, and we have to look at it one more time.
That's a motion?
Yes.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and we have a second. Is there further discussion? This is the time.
The only thing I would say is to consider a proclamation rather than a resolution.
And I echo the sentiment as it began, a proclamation to begin with. So there is a motion and there is a second, and could you help us with the motion?
Yeah, the motion, sure. There was a motion and a second to bring it back with the noted changes, which I've got noted on the resolution, so I can do that.
Okay. All right, well, this is the time. Oh, do you have another comment, council member?
Yes, I'm not sure if the directors of our different departments and who manage the employees of our city have an opinion on this, but if they do, I don't think it's inappropriate for me to ask them to submit any kind of comments or thoughts so when we review the revised language, we could also have maybe a little bit more light shown on it from a director's standpoint for the different departments that we have oversight on. We can't ask the hospital to give us their questions, or the school district, or things like that. I guess we could, but that's just a little thing that I'd like to suggest. I don't know if it's
I
appropriate or not.
have a question. Does that request have to be public and transparent? If we're asking for them, staff to submit, how does that, for the transparency?
Well, sure, I mean, for city staff, yes.
Exactly.
It could be, if there's any comments from staff, they could provide it as part of the staff report, if there is any.
Or anybody watching online, or anybody can.
Is that fair to staff? And the reason why I asked that question, does it make them a bullseye? Either side.
Oh, yeah, that's good.
Either side. That's just my thought.
I agree.
I withdraw
yeah.
my ask. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. That's why I looked at legal counsel. I wasn't sure to that process. All right. So we heard discussion, we have the motion to bring it back with the revisions. And then I heard discussion take it back as a proclamation, and then to see a cleaner version. So there is a motion
And a second.
already.
And a second.
And a second. And remember, once again, I'm going to look at legal counsel, the motion was for.
To bring the resolution back with the changes that were noted by Councilmember Meister and Councilmember Wyrock for consideration at the next meeting.
Okay, well, this is the time to call for,
Is it too late to make one more comment? Yes?
no, we haven't taken a vote yet, that's why.
I think it's not really a comment, I guess it's a question for clarification. So if something like this, the way it is approved, and our departments, specifically, I guess it would be the police department, there's a law that comes out, say there's a pandemic or something, and then there's law put out, and they have to enforce law. How does that affect them with something like this?
So the way I view this resolution, I think, so regardless of let me put it this way, regardless of whether you pass this resolution or not, nothing in here is something that I already wouldn't be recommending, okay? So it's just, and this is what I operate under. I will say, though, I say that with the qualification that my understanding of what the law is and somebody else's understanding of the law could very well be different. That's how our government works. This is how our legal system works. So I've heard a lot tonight about amendments and things, but, even the Ninth Amendment, which is where our right of privacy comes from, because our Ninth Amendment is simply saying, look, don't construe all the rights that are enumerated as your only rights. That's what the Ninth Amendment says. And out of that, in a case called Griswold v. LaSalle involving contraception is how we got the right of privacy, okay? But even that right is not completely unabridged. Rights have limitations. All rights have limitations. Councilmember Meister mentioned that we have, a republic, and our rights are limited in order to protect us from devolving into mob rule. Because if everybody could do everything they wanted, we'd have a real problem, right? So, of course, rights are here without, just because they're a fundamental right doesn't mean that there are competing rights or competing amendments. I mean, that's what our Supreme Court does, is look at those issues. And we don't wait around for the Supreme Court to make decisions on everything, because they don't make decisions on everything. So we do have to go with the laws that are delegated down. I mean, so I look at what the law is differently than what somebody else may look at the law is. We can't wait around, and ultimately, I make recommendations about what the law is, and the city council decides. And you guys won't always be the same city council. So I do believe, for better or worse, this is a fluid document. And it will mean different things to different people, no matter what I do to the language to it, because that's how we work, right? That's how the United States operates. So, and there will always be people that are happy with it, and there will always be people that are unhappy with it. And I'm not going to make either side completely happy with what I'm saying, but it is what it is. So quite honestly, I believe that this will mean, but the important thing is it will mean something to those, it means what it means to you, so whether this is a proclamation or resolution, that's how I would view it. I believe that this is something we can operate under, given, the changes that have been made. And even, quite frankly, with the amendments, I didn't hear anything that would fundamentally change what was said. So for what, and I know that's way more of an answer than you asked for, but I just figured I'd put it out
Basically,
there.
what I want to know is, so if something happened, like as last year, the officers say in that example that's keep getting brought up, which is not the full story, but as the person was walked out because they weren't following the law at that time.
Right. Laws which, by the way, have been upheld since then.
The same thing's going to happen with this, which is kind of what, right? Because we're still following the law that comes down to us.
Right. And again, I make recommendations, city council decides whether they want to follow them, right? And
Julia, I just got to say, thank you for being bold and speaking your mind. Either way, I love that about you. And I just leave it at that. Thank you. Thank you for putting this together as well. It was very well written, much better than the first draft. And honestly, when I got it, I was excited to read. And so great job to you. Thank you.
So did we hear if we have?
Once again, this is still the discussion, and the motion that was made was to bring it back with the revisions that Councilmember Meister and Councilmember Wyrock brought to the table. Then the discussion was the probable resolutions, and then a clearer document. But the one is whether to bring it back with the revisions by both council members.
So I might have missed it, and I don't find myself distracted too much when I'm up here, but if a mandate comes down that people think is legally binding upon this city, and we have this document, do our police enforce our document or the mandate? I'll just say it like that.
Okay.
And that was the question you asked, right?
so my recommendation would be based on whatever the status
Case
of the
by
law
case.
is at that point. Because, we may have more cases on the books. I mean, that's what I do, as I look at what the cases say interpreting the Constitution. And sometimes the facts aren't always exactly on point, so then we have to try to make reasonable conclusions as to whether or not we think the facts are consistent with our situation, or if there's differences. I would make a recommendation to the council. The council does not have to take it. The council can disagree with me. Council can decide collectively if they think I'm wrong. I mean, I don't take any, my job is to give you my best analysis of what I think the law says. So so I could say it's enforceable. I could say, I don't, it's on the edge. If you don't want to invite a lawsuit, you can follow it. or you can decide that you're going to, take the risk and we can try to challenge it.
Well-
That's how I generally give advice anyways to the city, so.
And you did that in the COVID-19 pandemic, because I watched meetings, and you gave an outline. You didn't say, this is the direction you have to do. You said that there may be some constitutional violations here in the future, and those were words out of your mouth. You were much more articulate, of course. But, we followed the mandates, and arguably we're in a lawsuit over it currently. So, and I have to disclose myself because I'm a witness, but there are still things that happen that are questionable and are going to come forth eventually. But what this resolution does is give the guidance, like, for the future, in a future pandemic, and and we don't have to take the mandates, right? There could be consequences. Maybe they pull our tax funding. I think that's a threat, being sanctioned, which is arguably unconstitutional as well. But when do you take a stand as Americans? And once again, I appreciate the talk.
Okay. Well, the motion and a second has been made, and it goes back to whether to bring it back with the revisions of Councilmember Meister and Councilmember Wyrock, finalizing the discussion, a clear version, or the proclamation. So I'm going to call for the vote on the motion that was made by council members. It passes 3-2. Okay. We'll now move on. Oh, you know what? We're going to take a break. We're going to take 45. We'll take a 10-minute break, and we'll resume. All right, it is 8:59 and we'll resume, and we will now go into number 28.
Thank you, Your Honor. The next item is the status and review
Oh,
of...
Fernando, is that you? Who's, the first, what is it?
Oh.
Oh, people. You know what? People that haven't attended in person. I'm sorry, but the people that don't attend council meetings that often are playing with the telephone. We are having phone difficulties. Disconnected. All right. The phone has been disconnected. I apologize for the interruption. We will continue with number 28, please.
Yes, number 28 is the status and review of declaration of local flood emergency. And there's really not a big update in this item. It is before you, so you can receive the report and review the declaration of local emergency and determine the need, if it exists, to continue the declaration. I can say that staff is continuing to work with FEMA on our claims. So that is still ongoing. With regard to the armory, we have had conversations. There is the census report that has been provided in the staff item. Numbers have slightly ticked up this week. It's likely due to weather. And so that information's in the report. And we continue to work on the those affected by homelessness, and I know you know that there is a study session scheduled for January 30th at 5:30 for that. But with that, the recommendation is that the City Council receive the report of status and review the declaration of local emergency and determine the need exists to continue said declaration.
Okay. How does council wish to proceed?
I'll make a motion to receive the report and continue the declaration.
We have a motion
I'll second.
and a second. No further discussion. Call for the
Yeah.
vote. No,
Sorry.
go ahead.
I really, I know how I'm going to vote on this. I think it's fine. I really want to keep it open for the billing and all those reasons. But could we possibly create a timeline to sunset this when this happens, and this happens, and this happens, and this happens, and the results are then this, so that we don't come up here or get a book on the agenda, a week early and saying, hey, we're done and we're closing it. I'd like to see how, if it's possible, a way to methodically step it out and manage this, till we get all of our bills paid, till we get more housing available and whatever else is tied to this, and then we can, just watch that happen. Because I know there's a lot of people that, the flood and then the drought, and which is it, and I'm kind of in that camp too.
Yes, to the extent that that is possible, we can absolutely forecast
Okay.
the next steps, yes.
Thank you.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. No further discussion. Call for the vote. Passes unanimous, 5-0. We'll now go back to item number 21.
Thank you, Your Honor. Item 21 is the status report of the developer impact fees, and staff can provide a staff report, or we're happy to answer any questions.
Councilmember Wyrock, you asked that it be pulled.
Yes, so I'm looking, another great report and some finances, and I just didn't have time to come in this week to review it with the staff. So I'm looking at the first little spreadsheet here for the developer impact fees for 22 and 23. The water acreage fee and the sewer acreage fee, it's showing millions of dollars that we're behind, but I know that there's other data that shows where we recover. I think that's on the next page, where it shows our expenditure for water projects and then sewer projects below that and storm drains. But I'm taking a look at the top one, water projects, and I'm seeing that a lot of the expenditures aren't being reimbursed. They're not allowed for any reimbursables. So that's I don't know if the report is showing $6.7 million expended, but there's about 6.6, maybe a little bit less, that we can't bill on. So do the developers pay for that $6.6 million?
They should be, yes. Okay, here's Javier. He has some information on the
Hi,
project.
Director Javier. So I'm just curious about the top part of this spreadsheet here. A lot of the expenditures aren't allowed or eligible for, I don't know, fund replacement, and it shows a gap of like $6 million. Where do we recover that $6 million? And this is an annual, this is an annual expenditure, $6 million, right?
Right. So, first off, just to address those that are shown to be paid through the development impact fees, those are items or projects that are master plan facilities. So obviously, like the master plan update is one of them. And then you have 137, that's also a master plan facility since it's serving a region. But the other projects are, they've kind of been just more location-based projects. In the big picture, they do help, but when we were first inputting the capital program, they were a cited funding source, and they were not funded through developer fees.
Okay. So those funding sources can come from grants or whatever we find that's available, and we've been doing pretty good to get this in the budget every year and cover that. And the developer, eligible developer income fee expenditure is $96,000. So that's what we then would make sure we recover somehow in the developer fees, or is that already what developers are not charging us, right? Can you help me with that?
Right, so every development project is assessed impact fees, and so based on the size of the project, they're paying their fair share of water acreage, sewer acreage, treatment facility fees, and so on. And so their projects are assistance fees, and we'll collect them, and they're banked into each of the different accounts. And then when the time comes when, say, a developer is needing to expand a basin, that's a master plan facility, that pot of funds allows us to reimburse them for that work that we would have done on our own, but because of the timing of the project, they sped it up, then we reimburse them because they're doing work on our behalf.
Great, thank you so much. That really helps. And I thought that was what I was going to hear. And like the sewer annexation areas down below, the fees, it's not recoverable, but the people that are benefiting from that paid for that and helped, even if it's over time at low interest rates. So that was all that I was curious about. If there's no further thoughts, I'd like to make the recommendation that the City Council accept the status report on developer impact fees for the fiscal year ended June 30, 2023.
A second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Call for the vote. Passes unanimous, 5-0. We'll now go into the AB 1234 reports. This is the time for all AB 1234 reports required pursuant to Government Code 53232.3. The first one is the Tulare County Water Commission. We met, and there were no public comments. The recorded minutes of October the 9th are located and can be found on the website. We were provided a summary of the meeting notes of the meeting for the same date. We went over the Tulare County Water Commission priorities for 2023. It was discussed. We were provided with a list. We went through each priority for the year. Highlighted were results under consolidating small water and sewer system, such as funding for ongoing operation, etc., with the implementation of SIGMA, forest management funding and legislation, regular meetings of the water legislation subcommittee, etc. In the discussion, commissioners provided input toward the 2024 Water Commission priorities. In the process of the discussion, we were provided with a handout to assist us and with the priorities and the legislation process. However, the staff will be bringing back an updated list for commission to review. Drought and funding project update. The information was provided from January the 1st, 2023 to December 30th, 2023. The total well permits were 447, broken down. Under construction, domestic were 148, community 12, agriculture 111, dairy 5, destruction 125, other 54. There are 9 tanks installed and receiving hauled water. In the overall program, there were 285. As of December 31st, in the bottled water program, there are 1,733 households enrolled with self-help enterprises. 298 were drought-related. 1,435 were contamination-related. There's 0 pending. 1 drought-related enrollment is being received per week. There were no program challenges to report. We were provided with a legislation update. January the 19th is the last day for any committee to hear and report bills to the floor. January the 31st, last day for each house to pass their own 2023 bills. February 16th is the last day for bills to be introduced. The Water Commission Legislative Subcommittee will be meeting in March. The date will be determined. We were provided with SIGMA update, probationary hearing scheduled for the Thule is scheduled for September 2024. Notices will be sent to the landowners in March of 2024, and for the Cahuilla area, November 2024. There currently is 1 vacancy for the commission. It would be for District 5. That pretty much concludes my report. The next meeting is scheduled for February the 12th. We were catching up because we hadn't met for a couple months, so it was pretty much a catching up. Moving on, I believe the link committee was canceled? Okay. And the Eastern Thule Groundwater Sustainability, Councilmember Wyrock?
I was unable to attend. I believe Director Knight attended virtually.
Okay, Mr. Knight?
Yes, due to circumstances, I was unable to attend in person. However, it was a great meeting in Zoom. We met council chambers and on Zoom on January 11th at 2 o'clock, received public comment, approved the consent items which were the draft minutes from December 7th and the ratified expenditure and bills. The primary objectives of that meeting was a reseating of the board. The only positions that changed was the chair. So Chairman Eric Borba is still on the board but no longer chair, and Dennis Townsend is now the chair of the Eastern Thule GSA. And the chair of the Finance Committee was Steve Kissling, which is now Matthew Leiter. And the Executive Committee was Eric Borba as well, which is now Steve Kissling. And we have upcoming stakeholder and executive meetings scheduled for Thursday, the 18th, which will be at Centennial Plaza across the street from City Hall at 2 o'clock. Staff finished up in closed session with legal counsel. The next meeting is scheduled for February 1st, 2024 at 2 p.m. at City Council. And that is a meeting of the board. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. No questions? Okay, we'll move on to Vice Mayor for the Calvans.
Yes. So we met on Thursday, January 11th at 10 a.m. This meeting is virtual and was a really short meeting. Some of the items we discussed was we had to revise the agenda a little because some of the board members, one of the board members had to leave, so we pushed back the staff reports to get to the action items. And the 2 action items were a draft letter to Caltrans, and then the second one was a travel expense reimbursement policy. They're just working on getting some policies developed for the new calendar year. And then we received the staff report, which is the agency financials and the current budget, and then the regional updates and fleet activity. No closed session. And then we received updates. One of the updates was from the lobbyist, Erica Romero, and mostly she covered a few things. One was the budget for the state and kind of give us a little bit of feedback there, mostly regarding the zero emission and what that looks like with the expectations. And then we're planning an upcoming meeting in person in Sacramento. That'll be April. And then they're working on updates for Porterville and Visalia to give back to TCAG, and it's a wish list for Calvans to continue to build the infrastructure and then work a little closer here to the Central Valley. So with that, we ended. I think we only met for 45 minutes, and our next meeting is February. I can't remember the date. I'm looking for it. But that concludes my report.
Thank you. And for TCAG, there was no meeting. It was Martin Luther King, so we didn't have it. It will be next Monday. Now we'll move on to oral communications. Is there anyone that would like to come forward under oral communications?
Couple of things. COVID is still real. If you go down to... You turn this off, there. COVID is still real. If you go down to Los Angeles County, you walk into a public health clinic or a hospital, you shall wear a mask, or they will escort you out. Cases are up in LA County, mostly in the areas where there's a lot of social activity, like clubs and stuff like that. The other thing is, based on what I heard from Mr. Meister's mouth tonight, the only thing that is pertinent in this country is the U.S. Constitution, so why don't we just send you all home, eliminate this council chamber, and save the taxpayers a whole lot of friggin' money? Because that's what he wants, autocracy. He forgets that there's also provisions written into the Constitution that things can be legislated to strengthen what the Constitution says. And this is not a theocracy. Some of the founding fathers were not even Christian. The Adams family, for one. They built the first Unitarian Church of Washington, D.C. Unitarians are theists. The other thing is, if you go to ebudget.ca.gov, you can view the governor's proposed budget. When the May revise comes up on that same page, it will show up there, and then when they finally vote on a budget, it will show up on that same page. So take that to heart and read it.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to come up under oral communications? You may do so. Do we have anyone under virtually?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. We'll now move on into other matters. Councilmember Beltran?
Well, welcome everyone back. Happy New Year. It's great to have the team back and all this discussion and taking care of city business. I'd like to start off by recognizing Director Mike Knight for winning the Man of the Year for the city of Porterville, the Chamber of Commerce. I know he doesn't want to take credit, but as a leader, he built a team underneath him and around him. But I voted for you. And I was just so pleased to just get the story out of just the effort that all the city staff, the different departments that work together, but you are the face of that as much as you don't want recognition. And that's, again, a genuine how humble you are. But just want to recognize everything that you did and your staff during that time for our community. Let's see. I do want to make over the new year, I had a personal situation that I had to contact the Porterville Police Department on, and they were very professional and very supportive and helped us with a resolution with that matter. And seeing them today, and it wasn't just the PD, you know, the dispatch, the support staff, whether it's the ambulance services, the EMTs, the fire department, just the great communication, the team, to see that here and being recognized as a community, and all the other people that didn't know that that ceremony was going to happen, that they got to also see and participate in that. You know, every meeting they get recognized, and we're thankful, and it's just a reminder of just the selfishness that they do, because a lot of that is, it's a hard job to do. There's a lot of mental and physical stress. There's a lot of injuries, a lot of mental fatigue that goes on with the stuff that they have to see day in and day out. And so I just thank you for that commitment to our community and to each other to support one another. Let's see. Another brief thing was we heard from the TCRTA's new director, and he was explaining some of the stuff that maybe Porterville can benefit from because of our letter to leave the agency. And some of the topics that he brought up were the microtransit system, how that might greatly impact the members or the community. That actually started here in Porterville for Tulare County. So I doubt that that's going to make a significant impact, given that we actually started that program. There's ongoing discussion. He was welcome here, and we have to hear what they have to say. There's a lot of work being done behind the scenes of answers we're still looking for, and hopefully, you know, we're making the best decision for our community, and for the county for that matter. We still, at some capacity, we will have some type of a partnership with them. I look forward to seeing the rest of the members of council if they're able to attend the Chamber Awards ceremony this Friday, I believe, just to recognize now as a representative of our community, just to see all the outstanding businesses, the volunteers, and all that our community has to offer. It's a really awesome program. And with that, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Wyrock.
Thank you. What a great council meeting. To have the honor to just sit back here and watch our chief of police and fire chief issue those awards, and the Medal of Honor was just incredible. This city is an incredible city, and I'm really thankful that it was videotaped and it went online, and that it's there. The support of the families of all of our employees that are just dedicated to this city, it's so important to have the support of our families to do what we do. And to see this council chamber so full of family, even with the court. And it's just an honor to be up here, and I look forward to the next meeting in a couple of weeks. I'd like to recognize the school district. I think we may have read about a grant for the First to Zero program, to where they are applying for some funds to make their whole fleet zero emissions. And that's pretty good, pretty impressive. So I want to congratulate them for achieving that. The other day I was driving down Olive, and the contractors were finishing up some work, getting ready to take down some chain link fence. It might be down now, but at the auditorium there, the Exchange Club has put up the Soldier's Cross, and you see up and down the boulevards in our town, our roads, all of these military banners, and it's just another reason to be proud of this town. I really want to thank the Chamber of Commerce for the momentum they seem to be gaining. I know about a year and a half ago, it didn't seem to have, well, maybe it had its legs under them, maybe I just didn't know enough about them, but they are really promoting businesses. They've got a lot of engagement going, so I want to thank them for that. And as we heard from Councilmember Beltran with TCRTA and being a board member of the TCRTA, talking ain't doing is a phrase we had at one company I was with, and that company became a powerhouse. And it wasn't about talking, it was about doing things and getting stuff done. It's really, really important. The library, I know we'll get it properly staffed, but the animal control concerns that we heard tonight, I'm sure the staff will look into that. If there's anything that the council can do to support staff to help people not suffer burnout, if that's indeed the case, I'm sure that the council would fully support whatever that we need for that. And then finally, I've been talking to a group. You may not know, but there was an organization, there was a gentleman up in Modesto, and somebody, this gentleman saw somebody walking around Modesto, and on his T-shirt it said, "I hate Modesto." And he thought, well, I love Modesto. And he started this I Love Modesto campaign, and now there's an I Love Patterson campaign. There's an I Love, I don't know, 238 cities I think there are, where they start out with a citywide volunteer day. And I'd like to bring some information back to the council, maybe invite this gentleman from Modesto to come and speak to us about a citywide volunteer day. There's a lot of caring people in this town, and we've got a lot of loving people. And to just come together and go out and have a good time serving others, I think would be great to have. So I'll be bringing some information back. I know Councilmember Beltran has a little bit of information on that, and I'll bring that when I have it. I want to thank the council for the discussion today. I know it's sometimes difficult, but we all have our beliefs, and I've been thinking, I've shared with some of you, truth. What is truth? And any religion, organized, they have their truth, and yet their doctrinal beliefs might be different than the church just down the street. And then one family might have a truth that is this, and another family right across the street or around town has a different truth. And to navigate the sensitive things that we talked about today with the Constitution and this possible proclamation or the resolution, was a great dialogue, and I appreciate all of the open exchange that happened up here. I think we're a pretty good council. So that is what I have to share. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Meister.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just talk a bit, just to feed off of what, and I got kind of a lot to talk about. I missed the last council meeting, so just feed off of what Councilmember Wyrock was talking about. I came across a group, youth group, cleaning trash in between, on Henderson, in between the gas station and Jamba Juice, the open field there, and they probably had 20 bags of trash. And so I had to stop and ask, and I noticed Scott Gannon, which is the owner of the pizza factory, was leading the charge on cleaning up trash in our community. It was really a great thing. So go get a pizza at Pizza Factory. I thought that was really cool of him. I met with an 8th grader from Summit Charter this last week. She was doing a project on community service, and she took the initiative to clean up Main Street. And it was really great to talk with her. And she had some pictures of what she had done, picking up trash, sweeping up leaves, and she brought some points to me, and I thought they were pretty good. And one was our trash cans. We have some trash cans that are locked up, you can't get into, and she noticed that in those areas the trash wasn't as bad, but where we have trash cans where there is no lock, she said sometimes the homeless or transient population or people trying to get cans or whatever it is will get in there and empty it. And she said, why don't we lock up all the trash cans? I said, that is a great idea, and it's just common sense, right? And so hats off to that young lady. December 6th, I was invited to Tulare County Sheriff's Medal of Valor ceremony with Sheriff Mike Boudreau to give the Medal of Valor to 4 officers for showing valor and courage going into a burning building in Strathmore. They retrieved 7 family members out of a house, and It was a great honor to be there with Councilmember Wyrock and the best-looking PD in Tulare County, Porterville Police Department, of course. Great turnout, great honor. I also was invited on December 7th to Lindsay's Officer Medal of Valor presentation by Rick Carrillo, great man. Officer Bruce Fox retrieved two of the people out of that building, crawled in with no gear, just so courageous and deserved the Medal of Valor. And talking with Bruce Fox, this is the second building he's crawled in and retrieved bodies, which is just impressive, so impressive. And so that was a great honor to do that. TCAG last month, there were some things that I wanted to bring forth. We have 5 roundabouts over the next 3 years that'll be coming to Porterville. One's at 190 Rockford Road, 190 Westwood, 190 Plano, Westwood and Worth, Scranton West Street. I just wanted to highlight at 190 in Plano, Councilmember Beltran brought up a pedestrian bridge. I think that, as Madam Mayor always says, having a seat at the table and making sure that happens for our community to keep traffic flowing there, it's something that we got to be vocal about and continue to fight for. And then Westwood and 190, I really think that it's a single lane roundabout, and I think we really need to, because when they did the study, it was before the casino was out there, and so I think the traffic has picked up, and it may be better suited as a double lane. And so it's just something that I think we need to continue to talk about as these roundabouts and make sure that we have a seat at the table. As Madam Mayor, always make sure we have a seat at the table at TCAG. December 6th, I met with our county supervisor, Dennis Townsend. We talked about an MOU for a mattress dump zone in Porterville, partnering on reconstruction of Old Main at North Grand and adding turn lanes at North Grand. I think it would be a great asset, fun conversation. We also discussed $1 million of ARPA funds from the county to help with our transient population. And it sounds like that's coming forth. Patrice has already taken lead on this and very excited for that. Some ways that I think that money could be spent, I've heard complaints about when we release the transient population or close the armory at 8 a.m., they go to Main Street and the alleyways. And so my thought is, and I've talked with staff, but just being transparent, is that if we open up the parking lot and use this money to put blinders to ease the eyesore, if there's a way to give them a place to be 24/7. Staff did notify me that the navigation center is that place, and they're always on the ball. But it's probably a half mile. I haven't checked it exactly how far away that is. If we were able to open the Armory parking lot to give them that access, it may be a good thing. Agenda item 1, purchasing the 2 generators. If there's anything we can learn from the flood crisis, is we're on our own when it comes to natural disasters or any kind of crisis, and we really have to be able to stand on our own. And so I love the fact that we had generators, but staff went out and got us new generators for any kind of crisis where we're going to be able to keep water flowing and sewage flowing. And that's a big deal, and I'm very thankful for that. Island annexations, agenda item 10 and 11. I went and drove those streets. I was pretty happy with the work. I have to say, 99 Pipeline does really good work. It's nice and smooth. I was very impressed. All the edges it looks really clean. And then I want to thank staff for getting the warranty work done on Westfield, in between Indiana and Old Main. You know, I had a constituent reach out to me and they complained, why can't staff get this together? Why is it all ripped up? Well, it comes down to the construction crew, and so not to badmouth this crew, mistakes happen, but staff made sure the warranty work was done so that we didn't have rough roads. And so yes, it is cut up, but it is fixed. So I appreciate you guys going and holding our contractors accountable. I want to apologize to the police department for missing the badge pinning. I was sick. I love what you guys do. I mean, you were all willing to pay the ultimate sacrifice for our community, and there's no other way to put it. And Mitch Gonzalez tonight was an example of that. It's a great honor to be a part of this in the Medal of Valor and being able to be here and see that. But in the flight or fight moment, we have fighters, and it's a great honor to be even associated with you guys. So thank you. And then, of course, Michael Knight, congratulations, Man of the Year, and well-deserved. Everyone knows what you did for this community during the flood crisis or the flood fight. And once again, it's a great honor to even be associated with you. And I'll be there Friday night in support. Councilmember Wyrock, we talked at the last council meeting about letters of opposition to, the overreach of government and whatever it is. As you extended that out to me, and I told you it'd be a great honor, and it is, I just wanted to extend that. Councilmember Beltran has supported AB 665 and 957 with me and parental rights, and all three of us signed on to SB 94. And so really it's established already, and I want to continue that tradition of fighting for our liberty interests and securing the blessings of liberty. And I want to extend the offer out to the rest of the dais as well. And with that, Happy New Year to you all, and God bless.
Okay, I think Councilmember Beltran forgot something.
I can't believe I forgot this one. It was like number one on my list, but I had so many notes over the meeting. This goes to the Wall of Fame ceremony that will be coming up and the nominees. I did have a question about it. In reviewing in my head, people in our community, I saw that Captain Figueroa and Firefighter Jones haven't been nominated yet. And I didn't know some of the criteria they may have not met. And I was wondering, as a council, maybe we can do an exemption for them and to allow them to be honored in the Wall of Fame. But I don't know if that's something that we need to amend that process. But just looking maybe just for an exemption as this is coming up. I'm honored to nominate one of them, but I wouldn't do one without the other, so I can only do one. If that's something that we can do.
Well, if we're going to amend or make an exemption, then we talked about it actually, Patrice and I did after we had our conversation with you. I think that you could actually, the exemption could include the ability to do two.
To do both of them for the one,
Okay.
yeah.
I mean, if you're going to do an exemption, why not? Go ahead
Okay,
and-
I just bring it to council for them to approve that.
Right, I would say we could put it before the council. It could be a consent calendar item to
Okay.
allow that, and then that would authorize you to do that.
Do we need to vote on that now to make it a consent calendar or item for?
When is our
Sure,
next
yeah, to bring
meeting?
it back, that'd be great.
When
if
is
you
our
wanna-
next meeting?
February 6th.
When is the deadline?
14th.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're good then.
Yeah, we're fine.
So
That we
yeah,
bring
if
it
you'd like to
back.
make a motion to add that to the agenda, we can have a consent or.
Yes.
Make the motion, Ray.
He did make the motion.
I
to put
second,
in a
and great idea.
second. And let's just call for the vote to place it. Passes unanimous, 5-0. Okay, Vice Mayor, your turn.
Well, I have a few also. So one, I just wanted to point out on the consent items, I think the number 3, it was good to see that on there. It's the Porterville Police Department fitness wellness upgrade. I just think that's so important. I think it's good to see. I liked seeing that on the agenda today and the consent agenda so that the officers have that available for wellness and all the things that they deal with to maintain that. But also not only that, they also obtained a grant for that. So good job, and just love seeing that kind of stuff for our departments, because it's much needed and deserved for the department. The second item I have is just animal control, obviously, just requesting some status updates and information on that so that we can, just know what the status is on the actions there. And thank you, community, for bringing forward your concerns. The next item I have is TCRTA. I just feel like a little bit, my perspective is that the information that was presented and just spoken out loud here in front of our community may be inaccurate, especially quoting specific details of Porterville's data or situation that we would be put in and financial information or things that we would be dealing with. I think that would come better from the city. Also acknowledging that the tribe that you mentioned is the only federally recognized tribe in the county, and that is the Tule River Tribe of California, not the Three River Tribe. The next item is for public safety. Again, really good ceremony there, and acknowledging all those that were active and involved, but again, I just want to thank you for doing that publicly so that not only us, but our community could see that and be a part of it, and just be able to acknowledge all the people that were involved in that, and hear, all the things that happened. So thank you, Chief, both chiefs, for doing that. The next item, I was thinking about this, and as we're faced with people that come in, and there's times where I hear things and I really have to think to myself, is it something that I should respond to or have the need to, and is it relevant? I think I really try to think about things like that, but when we're given these for the Constitution and being told, read Article 4, read how all are guaranteed. So I just want to reference something, and it's in the Declaration of Independence. And, I typically prefer not to feed into politics because I don't want, unless it's productive and relevant to what we're trying to do as a city and for our people. But I still got to be true to who I am. So with that, I will say reference another page, and that's page 3 in the Declaration of Independence. And I highlighted it right here, and you can go there, and I also have a t-shirt, and this is what it reads: merciless Indian savages, because that's how they speak of all people. So that's where we're included in that. And so it talks about how he has excited domestic insurrections amongst us and has endeavored to bring on the inhabitants of our frontiers, the merciless Indian savages. So I just want to point that out because this is also history, and it's also in the document that's being put over here for us to read and reference to look at different articles. That's also another article here. So just wanted to say that because I can't sit here and be given this document and not reference that. With that, I'll end on a positive note, and I just want to wish a happy 2024 to all of our staff and all of your families and all of the people that support you, your loved ones, to do the jobs that you do for our city. I'm wishing you all a blessed year for you and your loved ones.
Thank you. I think Yuli had a birthday. Didn't you have a birthday this week? Oh, well, thank you for being here. I mean, we can, I know you celebrated your birthday, but thank you for being here. It's nice to see staff in person. I don't have to ask them to turn their cameras on. I know that Maria will never do that. I know Mr. Knight is the man of the year, but he would tell me he's a man every day, and that, whether it's the year or not, he is a man. He is the man. Congratulations, Mike.
Thank you very much.
And Friday, Staff, it was Claudia, Jason, Patrice, and I. We journeyed to Visalia for the Tulare Kings Hispanic Chamber of Commerce 30th Year Awards Banquet. And I want to say that there were 2 for the young professional, and congratulations to Alita and to Eureka, as they were both nominees. And we were the A team. We were there to support them, and it was well attended.
Mayor, I think somebody else was nominated.
Well, we're not talking.
Might be leaving out that
Just
person.
a moment. I'm not done. I am not done reporting. I am not done reporting. It's my turn. Anyway, I just want to say, what I wanted to say is, before I was interrupted. That's what the first time she has interrupted me, though. Anyway, when we talk about an organization that is Tulare and Kings County, it was the first time for staff to attend. I've gone many years in a row, so it was no surprise. But there were tables there from Eagle Mountain Casino, Bonita Realty, Sierra View, Hergesheimer's Donuts was in the house, the city of Porterville. And it was very well attended and a lot of networking. And I just wanted to say, we were very proud that during the presentations, Porterville got the most shout outs during the communication. So it was great and wonderful. You saw me step down when the officer and the victim were here. I went to tell her she was not alone. As many of you know, my advocacy on domestic violence awareness, and to let her know that she was not alone and to continue to seek the assistance of the agencies that support her, because I was there one time, but this is who I am. And it was a situation, it was not my son's father, it was a situation here. And the one that supported me the most was my late husband, because he actually encouraged me to get involved. And over the years, I'm very careful and very sensitive in my surroundings, that you never know who's going to be seated next to you. And I got certified back in the year 2000 to help women, because not everybody will use the agencies that are there because they are afraid, or it's their certain situation or circumstance. They just want the resources, but to help them to provide a safety plan for themselves and for their children, because their children are the ones that are affected. And it's gotten broad-based because there are men who are victims of domestic violence as well. So it's no longer but you never know who is seated next to you. And I want to say that I think we have an awesome team here. Happy New Year to each and every one of you. I know that they're just hurt. I think, Claudia, I think you won tonight, didn't you? Now, Maria, I know you are not going to turn your camera on. I know you're going to see me at the Internal Audit Committee, but I think this is your last council meeting. And you're not commenting, which I know that you won't, but yeah, I just wanted to make that known. I'll see you at the meeting.
We'll miss you, Maria. Happy
Oh, she turned her, wait a minute, she unmuted, Maria.
No, I just want to thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Don't be a stranger.
I'll try.
Oh, she's going to go on vacation. Okay, I could go on talking, but I'm going to turn it over to Patrice.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just would like to thank the council for your vote of confidence in me. As I said before, I will not let you down. We have a great team, and yeah, we're ready. And also, I promised Maria I wouldn't call her out, so I'll.
We're not calling you out, Maria.
It wasn't me, Maria.
Anybody else would like to say anything? Okay. Fernando? This is your last chance. All right. It's 9:48. Meeting is adjourned.